Council work session for May 30th, 2024. I will look for a motion to enter into closed session for the purposes of attorney-client advice.
Madam Chair, I move that we go into closed session for the purpose of receiving advice from our
Second.
I've got a motion from Councilmember Wharton and a second from Councilwoman Lopez Chavez. Any discussion? I'll roll call. Dugan?
Yes.
Lopez Chavez?
Aye.
Wharton?
Yes.
Ano?
Yes.
Pui?
Yes.
Young?
Aye.
And I'm a yes. That is unanimous. We are now in closed session. Thank you to the public for your patience. We will now begin our work session. Our meetings are public, and you're welcome to join us in person or by watching from the Council's agenda page, Zoom, Facebook, YouTube, or SLC TV. We hope you'll continue to join us in whichever manner you feel most comfortable. This is a work session meeting during which there's no public comment. Please join us on June 4th during our 7 p.m. formal meeting to share your comments. We, of course, welcome your feedback anytime by mail to P.O. Box 145476, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114-5476, by email at council.comments@slcgov.com, or via our 24-hour phone comment line 801-535-7654. Comments we receive on agenda topics are shared with council members and posted to our website, slccouncil.com. The first item on the agenda is a fiscal year 24-25 budget update for the non-departmental fund. Mary Beth Thompson is here, our Chief Financial Officer. We don't have a city?
No.
All right, we're just going to turn the time over to you, Mary Beth.
Yeah, I'll drop my phone too.
Thank you.
Jen tried to attend, but it's really noisy where she's at, so I'm going to go over your staffing document for her. And if she gets on, then she can go forward.
Madam Chair, I'm here. It's just I'm trying to stay in a corner where it's not as loud, so I can track and answer questions if you guys have them. Thanks so much, Mary Beth.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you for taking the time to go over the non-departmental budget. What I will say is I did not do a formal presentation. Non-departmental is approximately $123 million. Non-departmental includes of all the transfers out of non-departmental to other funds. It has contractual obligations. It has several different areas, debt service, CIP transfers out of there, and housing fund. This is the largest budget in the general fund, but it's also the area that these don't really fit a program inside the departments. So in the fiscal year 2025 proposed budget, there are 4 areas for governmental transactions at $7.5 million. That's contracts with funding to other governmental agencies. Intergovernmental transfers, that includes transfers to golf, sustainability, RDA, CIP, police department, and then we also have the racial equity in policing commission funding there. There is a transfer for the sales tax option for transit, and that's the UTA contract for key bus routes and the on-demand ride services program. Municipal contributions and civil support is the last. The city is for memberships for various community organizations, and some of these are subject to contractual and legal requirements. There are also non-general fund categories such as special revenue accounts that include CDBG, debt service, as we just spoke about, general obligation bonds, and capital improvement fund. The capital improvement fund, there's a transfer of $25.2 million from the general fund in the fiscal year 2025 budget, which is approximately 6.8%. With the fiscal year budget amendment for 2024 of $15 million, it takes that to 10.8% that will be transferred to CIP. The $15 million is for maintenance projects in CIP. Fleet fund, there will be a transfer of $13.3 million in the fleet fund. Golf is $2.1 million in the golf fund, and $500,000 of that is for the Rose Park infrastructure renewal. IMS, $27.5 million. Insurance and risk is $3.9 million. Public utilities is $879,000. Redevelopment agency is $22.3 million. The majority of this is a pass-through, so the RDA is not its own property tax agency, so Salt Lake City is the property tax entity. We receive the revenues and then we give the RDA their revenues in their property tax increment, and then there's $2.5 million for affordable housing from the general fund funding our future. Police department and racial equity. This is where the social workers' expenses live for all the social workers in the police department. Transit plan sales tax, and we talked about that. That's the $10.4 million for UTA key bus routes and the on-demand ride services. Addressing the backlog of maintenance, we kind of did a little bit of a review on that, but that we have included the $15 million. There's also 6 areas in there: the CIP facility capital replacement, the CIP parks capital replacement, the CIP public lands transfer to CIP for maintenance, vacant building maintenance, IMS radio replacement, and public utilities fire hydrant maintenance. There are several mayor recommended projects in the CIP log, attachment 2, that would fit within the policy goal enhanced with the $15 million, and you can see those in the chart on page 3. City response team and homelessness. Council members have asked to review of city response team and homelessness in deploying resources in the most effective way. The administration indicated they are working on standardizing data collections and metrics across the services. There's a one-time transfer of $1 million to Volunteers of America to help with the construction costs of their detox facility on Redwood Road. There's Axon body camera service enhancement of $143,000. Vehicles for new positions of $545,000. That is coming from funding our future. Racial Equity and Policing Commission recommends $1.5 million remain in the racial and equity account. That we just take and we roll it back up to a one-time revenue, and then as requests come from the CREP, then we reduce that funding as they come forward. And there are 4 of those that came forward from the CREP this year: Arbinger Leadership Cohort, Leadership in Policing Organizations, School Resource Training, and Cultural Responsive Therapy for Police Interaction. City employee compensation. The non-departmental includes a pass-through payment for insurance and risk management fund. This year, the adjustment is a health insurance premium increase and also a $500,000 increase or decrease, for the life spending account. Community outreach and engagement. The non-departmental FY25 budget proposes the following related to outreach engagements: arts and culture of $100,000. That's the ACE funding. That total will be $300,000. Open streets for summer of 2026 at $400,000, and various community memberships. FY25 budget highlights based on previous council priorities. Transit and transportation. The FY25 proposed non-departmental budget continues funding the Hive passes for public students, faculty, and parent or guardians. It also increases the West Side on-demand services to a total of $3.3 million. Housing. The proposed budget continues the practice of taking the $2.5 million from Funding Our Future to the RDA for affordable housing. The apprenticeship program will continue, but there is a reduction in the apprenticeship program from $500,000 in funding to $130,000 in funding. The administration has expressed support in reviewing each of these budgets in the upcoming zero-based budget. Keep going? Okay.
Council members, any
Can I
questions
just
so
add,
far?
may I add one thing? Just, and you probably caught this picture already, but basically if you visualize the non-departmental account as a parking lot, so it's where people, it's money on its way elsewhere.
Thank you for that, Cindy. Street safety. Council members have expressed an interest in investing in traffic calming and street safety. There is a complete streets reconstruction overlay of $3.5 million, Safer crossings of $300,000 recommended in CIP, neighborhood byways program of $970,000. And then there's some areas where applications not recommended for funding. There is additional information for government transaction section, including a centralized account of $696,000 to cover retirement payouts. This has been in existence for quite a while. That's when a department has a very large retirement payout and they can't afford that. They can request that based on a proportionate amount from non-departmental to help offset that expense. The agreement with Salt Lake County for operation of Sorensen Center is $1 million. The figure in this same as current in fiscal year noted 113 needs to be transferred to CAN's budget from non-departmental. It was inadvertently missed in the previous budget amendment. Contracts with Washington, D.C. lobbyists of $75,000, the tuition aid program for city employees, and those are only general fund employees. Enterprise funds and internal service funds pay their own tuition reimbursement. Animal service contract of $2 million. It's got a $98,000 increase from fiscal year 2024. Police department body cams equal $1.7 million. The apprenticeship program we already spoke about. Hive Pass program is $564,000, including $214,000 for bus passes for public schools, school children, parents, and caregivers. The municipal contributions, legal defenders is at $1,724,817. It's an increase of $79,750. Salt Lake Arts Council, there's a request of $1 million. It's a $200,000 increase from fiscal year 2024, indicating the increase will come from funding our future, but the administration has clarified that it was an error and it will come from the general fund. Healthcare Innovations BioHive at $100,000, Sister Cities at $30,000. That is an additional increase of $20,000 from fiscal year 2024. The ACE funding we spoke about previously was $200,000 in fiscal year 2024, an increase of $100,000 in fiscal year 2025. Digital Gifts Reception Employee Appreciation, it's $20,000. Housing Authority Transition is $85,000. Local Business Market City Program is $20,000. Tracy Aviary is $814,000. That's an increase of $50,000. That increase is a contractual obligation based on CPI and water. Rape Recovery Center of $30,000 and the YWCA of $45,000.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes, ma'am.
So you said contractual obligation with Tracy Aviary. Can you just give like a high level overview of what our relationship with that organization is?
With Tracy Aviary, we own the birds. We do. We own the birds. So we actually pay them and help to manage our assets.
Got it. Okay.
And the
Thank you.
soil is also ours.
Pardon me?
The soil.
Land, yeah.
The city used to fund it almost exclusively, and they've sought other opportunities throughout the years.
And then the last topic that Jennifer wanted to go over was city memberships and organizations. Sugar House Park Authority, we fund 50% of Sugar House Park Authority, and the county funds the other portion of Sugar House Park Authority. There is a decrease in the Sugar House Park Authority. That is because of a pavilion that we split 50-50 with Sugar House Park Authority in fiscal year 2024. The rest of these are memberships. What I'll state about Utah League of City and Towns, it's an increase, but it is a calculation that we, it's a
I had a quick
calculation.
question about that. Does that include any of the summits that we help sponsor? I believe we're sponsoring one.
No,
It doesn't?
this is just a straight membership,
Okay.
correct?
Do we need to increase that at all for, I believe we're hosting them.
And 25, I think we're the,
Does it
We're
fall
the
within
city-
this fiscal spending?
That
Okay,
funding is not this membership. That funding comes out of other buckets.
Thank you.
And then just back to Sugar House Park Authority and the decrease. I know that we recently identified that there were stormwater impact fees being assessed to the new pavilions. I would just like to make sure that as we make a proposal with CIP for additional support for another pavilion, that we've incorporated that into the budget.
Okay.
Thank you.
That is Jennifer's report. Any other questions?
I just have one question, and I can't remember where I looked at it, but we have $100,000 set aside for public utility rate assistance for low income, $100,000, and this is a straight line, a flat line from last year. My question, maybe is more to the public utility side, is did we use all that funding up, and do we think that we may want to increase that funding for that low-income assistance for their public utilities bill paying?
Okay, I can send that question to them. I know that previous year it was 25,000, so we increased it. COVID is when we started increasing this. So I will absolutely ask public utilities.
I know that since we have fees going up, that would be something possibly look at. I mean, it's not a lot, but it's still helpful for everybody.
Great.
Thank you.
All right.
I know that there are some things in here that belong in here by virtue of like they're from an enterprise fund or something like that. But especially in light of our most recent conversation, I'd love to have the conversation about if we want to make things like open streets more permanent and give them a more permanent place within the city where they're a little more secure and their longevity is more secured. And maybe in the off season after this, we could have conversations about how to place a premium on those and make sure that they have the most programmatic and budgetary sustainability going forward.
Well, and I guess I'll follow up on that. So another just general question I have is related to the staff that oversees livable streets, and is the request for no more new funding this year specific to the fact that they already have a full slate of projects, or how those existing staff will interact if they don't necessarily have a budget?
For staffing on livable streets?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I will ask that question as well.
Thank you.
Once in a while, the reason that the administration or council puts funding into the non-departmental account for a specific purpose is so that the dollars don't get diluted with other needs in the department. So it assures that the whole amount would be spent on that topic. But I don't know if you've already discussed in terms of budget that this year things are different with the open streets concept. You've already did, okay.
Yes, and I appreciate that shift tremendously. I think it's incredibly wise and I like it.
And Councilmember Young, on the livable streets question, staff is following up with the administration to get some more information on that. The reason it showed up in the non-departmental staff report is just that it's part of the transfer to CIP. So we just call it out separately in the non-departmental staff report as well as the CIP staff report. So you'll see it several times.
Perfect. Thank you. I didn't know where my moment was to make the request. I was like, I'm just going to jump in here. So thank you for the clarification.
Any and all places.
Okay, council, any other questions? All right, if that's it, then thank you, Mary Beth, and we will move on now to the fiscal year 24-25 insurance and risk management briefing. Jen Bruno is still on the phone with us. Katie Lewis, our city attorney, is here. Lori Roberts, our risk manager. Deb Alexander, our chief human resources officer. And then, of course, we can always call on Mary Beth because she knows all the things. So. Jen, did you want to introduce, or can we just turn it over to administration?
We can just turn it over to the administration, and I believe they have a presentation to walk through with you guys.
Thank you.
Is there a PowerPoint to display? Great. I will hand it over to Lori Roberts, our risk manager. I just want to express that risk is one of the divisions in the city attorney's office, and Lori has 4 employees. And they do an enormous amount of work for a 3,000 employee corporation in all risk management, including insurance. With that, I'll hand it over to Lori.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the council for to present. Thank you. And the leadership and the attorneys, recorders, and finance offices for their support. As Katie mentioned, I'm Lori Roberts. I'm the city's risk manager, and I'm here to present on insurance and risk. We can move to the, sorry?
Just say next slide.
Yeah, next slide. We have 5 employees total in our risk division. Our small team works daily to standardize citywide efforts for big city work with particular emphasis on insurance, health and safety, and claims. Next slide, please. This is an overview of the budget changes for insurance and risk. Risk is dedicated to building a robust and reliable insurance program. This increase is necessary to achieve the security needs of our city. With this in mind, we're asking for $1.5 million to transition from a self-insured workers' compensation insurance program to an insured workers' compensation program. Next slide. This change will provide us with a set program cost, compensability, standardization, certainty in forecasting, and will transfer the risk to an insurance carrier for the life of a claim. Moving away from a self-insurance program has many other benefits and opportunities. However, the most important is the equity and the resources that will be provided to each city employee and volunteer. Just this last weekend, we had 2 city family members injured on the job. Both were hospitalized with several broken bones, and one with a broken back. And these and all employees deserve benefits and resources of this proposed new program, and I believe that moving to this new program is the right thing to do. Next slide. Risk is also requesting a vehicle for support in the field. This will assist in building trust in the community and active engagement with claims in the public, professionalizing and representing the city in risk management, and providing a mobile office for us. We frequently meet with members of the public and never want them to question the validity of our service and our support. Next slide. This is the vehicle cost breakdown for a 4-door F-150 that will accommodate construction sites and rough weather, such as flooding or mud. So it will be $55,000 for the vehicle, and then $35,000 ongoing. Next slide. Risk management supports the city in a variety of ways. Claims is one of our main daily functions, and we are committed to the highest level of claims management and an increase of subrogation recoveries for the city. And as you can see, we recovered an additional $265,418 for the city from the prior calendar year. And this is kind of an opportunity for me to highlight my team. They're really the best, and they work really hard. And so far, we've actually surpassed this number for calendar year 24. So a lot's happening, a lot of recoveries for the city, which is going on, and really incredible opportunity to work with the people that I do. Next slide. This is just an overview, a summary of our requests. Are there any questions?
Council? Councilwoman Young?
I'm sorry, can you go back a slide?
Certainly.
Subrogation? Can you tell me what that means? I'm sorry, I'm unfamiliar with the word.
Absolutely. No, that's a great question. Thank you for asking. Subrogation claims are claims that the city has against other people or other entities. And so when someone, say for example, a DUI driver were to damage a light pole, we reach out to that insurance company. We recover what we can for the light pole repair or replacement.
Got it. Thank you for that.
Council? Thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We will now move on. I think are you all good? I know we're ahead of schedule. Are you okay? Oh, all right. We're going to let Deb have a moment at the microphone.
The portion of risk that relates to HR is the benefits. And we did the presentation for you last week or whenever it was. So I was just here to make sure you didn't have any questions or any thoughts about that.
Councilmember Romano? All right. I think you all just did your job really well. Thank you so much. All right, then with that, we'll turn our attention to an ordinance amending Title II, the Administrative Organization for the Sustainability Department. We've got Cindy Guest-Jensen, our Council Director, Ben Ludke, our Council Policy Analyst, will be joining us. Katie Lewis, our City Attorney, is here advising. And then I see Debbie Lyons, our Sustainability Department Director, here with us. If you want to come up, you're welcome to. We won't put you on the hot seat unless we have to, though.
Okay. And I think it was Katie going to introduce, or you were first and then Katie, right?
Yep, me, then Katie, then me
Okay.
again.
And I'm not seeing Katie. We can wing it.
Yep. Can we get page 1 of the staff report displayed on the screen? In the last annual budget, so this time last year, the council adopted a legislative intent asking the attorney's office to recommend ordinance changes for departments that could use more specificity in role clarity. And the council specifically identified sustainability as the first. You can see the first paragraph is the full legislative intent. The current text for sustainability in the administrative organization section of City Code is in the middle, and it is 2 sentences. The first sentence is circular. It says that the Department of Sustainability shall have charge of and be responsible for sustainability. So that leaves a lot of room for interpretation, and it doesn't have the specificity and the meaning that we would hope. The second sentence is the department will also be responsible for the collection and disposal of all solid waste generated within the city as provided for in city ordinances. And that refers to the Waste and Recycling Division, which is one of the 2 within the Sustainability Department. We have identified other departments that also have similar issues of circular references and lack of specificity. So those would come to the council separately in the future. This issue exists in more than one section of the administrative organization part of code. We also discovered through this review, there is no section at all for the library in the administrative organization. So that would be a separate future project that would come back to you. The attorney's office has provided a red-lined version of their ordinance changes. And as you go through the staff report, any text in red is directly copied from those proposed ordinance amendments. I'll go through those individual proposed changes, but first I want to turn it over to Katie to talk about the council's authority under state law for establishing department roles and authority.
Thanks, Ben. We thought that before you get into the substance of the Sustainability Department ordinance, it might be helpful to talk at a higher level about state law related to the creation of city departments under our form of government, and then what I would call the conversation between the branches as to department roles and the execution of those policies. So under Utah law, in our form of government, the council has the authority to adopt an ordinance creating, consolidating, or abolishing departments and defining or altering the functions and duties of each department. So if you step back and think about the legislative authority in our form of government, your role as the council in establishing departments and establishing their functions and roles is to give policy direction to departments on what their job is. what their role is. And as you can see from this ordinance, saying the Department of Sustainability is in charge of sustainability doesn't provide that clear direction to the department, and that can lead to questions on both sides about what the department's role is and how best to execute on that policy direction. So sustainability is the first to have amendments proposed for Title II, but there are other departments in city code that have the same language that says X department is responsible for X, and that's just not helpful. The reason that this is so important for you all as the council is this is your opportunity to say to the department, this is what we want you to focus on. This is our policy direction on what your role and authority is. And what happens once that ordinance is adopted is the department will do those things. They will execute on that policy direction by creating programs, by requesting budget, and by doing the administrative work related to those roles. So if you all, for instance, if someone could scroll up on the core function, I'm not trying to steal Ben's show here. Oh, sorry, the other way. So for instance, if you all say, reducing pollution is really important to us, but protecting natural resources is not, then the sustainability department knows that they're going to be focusing on reducing pollution, and they're not going to be focusing on the things that you take out. Or you might say all of these are what we really care about, and then the sustainability department will know that those are their priorities. But the important thing to think about is once you've adopted this ordinance, when they come back to you with a budget request or a plan or a program and say, this is the way we are going to reduce pollution, then they will expect you to say, we understand that this is the policy direction we've given you, and we understand that you are effectuating that policy. So it kind of takes away the uncertainty on both sides. That's all that I have, unless you have questions about administrative and legislative roles.
Council? Thank you, Katie.
So the rest of the staff report falls into two sections. There is one with specific changes related to the sustainability department, and there are 4 core functions proposed. The other section, as we were thinking through this, there were several ideas that popped up that were certainly applicable to the sustainability department, but they seemed applicable to all departments. There's not currently a section in city code, the administrative organization, that would identify these overarching policy functions. So it would be a new section, but we wanted to present to you those ideas in this context as well. I'll go through the 4 core functions first. The first one's already up on the screen, and I'll read it since I think this is the biggest, and of the 4, I think this one has the most detail. Pursuant to the policy direction under this section of City Code and within the budgetary authority established by the council, the department may develop and coordinate policies and programs across city departments to benefit the community that will protect natural resources, reduce pollution, slow climate change, and establish a path toward greater resiliency for city operations and the community. Policies and programs will be aimed at achieving the greatest local impact and shall address the following focus areas. If we can scroll down, there are 8 focus areas that are identified. One of the things the council may want to consider is whether a particular department is best positioned to lead out on one of these focus areas or one of these core functions. And there's a table, if we go down just a little further, that has some examples of this. So one of the focus areas, protect natural resources. There seem to be 3 departments that this would fall to them as a core function: public lands, public utilities, and sustainability. For example, we know public utilities has water rights and is tasked with watershed protection. Public utilities and public lands both own substantial portfolios of properties that are natural lands. And the sustainability department focuses on recycling, energy efficiency, and reducing the need for raw materials. The council, you could request and encourage the mayor to identify a single lead department for one of these core functions. But these 8 focus areas, this is also where your feedback is needed. Are they too broad? Are they too narrow? Is there something missing that you would expect to be listed there?
Madam.
And there's other examples, but I just wanted to walk through one of them.
Councilmember Dugan?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ben, and thanks for doing this for sustainability and sustainability being kind of like the guinea pig on this, because it's amazing how much, just by looking at sustainability, how we've seen, oh, we need to do this across the board. And I love that sustainability is responsible for sustainability actions, which is great. I mean, it was a perfect one-liner to say, oh, wow, we need to do this across the board. So I appreciate that. On these 8 focus, you go to the example of protect natural resources and you talk water, but then the 8 focuses, there's no water there. So we have air quality, but we don't have anything specifically to water in those 8 functions. So I'm almost thinking is it too specific or is it too general? If we're going to be at this level, then I would say something about water quality also, or water conservation, or some nature. So maybe a 9th, or do you combine them into that one title of protect natural resources? So I would go either way, but I think somewhere we need to include the water side of the equation on the environmental. As far as the leadership side and who directs, I think that's administration should say, hey, this is going to be the lead department of this core function, whether it's sustainability, public utilities, public lands. I don't think we should be directing you to how to actually run your staff, but have it'd be nice to know who the lead is on this, so that we can go to that lead if we need to if we have questions or issues on that focus area. So that's just my position.
Yeah. Chair. So I'm wondering if we can split the difference. And I'm wondering if a way to do that would be to say, like in the narrative section, those can be shared priorities. So something like natural resources falling into the narrative, that it's clear that that's going to be something that is shared across public lands, public utilities, and sustainability. But that when we get to the 8 focus areas that are specific to the department, if those are specific to areas where sustainability has been identified as the lead, in terms of just how we kind of find that balance, because there are certain things that you're going to have overlap with, in other sections. I'd be interested in seeing the areas where sustainability is the lead defined in the focus areas, just from a clarity purpose. That would be one possible solution.
Yeah, I would clarify that those 8 focus areas are, we worked very closely with the attorney's office on drafting this, and those are the areas that we thought that we would take the leadership role.
And so from that perspective, I think that that's like an appropriate framing, that things can be shared up in the broader, these are kind of things that we work for, but in focus areas, being clear about these are things that sustainability leads on would help me, at least, in terms of having more clarity about roles and responsibilities.
Do we need to qualify in the upper paragraph what resiliency means? I know in sustainability it has, when you're speaking in that context, but I wouldn't want them to be responsible for the economic resiliency after a climate incident, or necessarily for the streets, resilience or things like that, right? I mean, adapting to a grid that is not capable and needs increased clean sources, that resiliency, I think, and our policies for how we contribute seem directly in line, but it feels like the resiliency there needs to be clarified so that it's I'm not asking you to help people survive.
Right. It's similar to, what does sustainability mean to people? Sustainable has multiple meanings.
So if we're going for clarity, it feels like resiliency should be clarified so that we're not getting them too far out of a lane or giving them too big a scope. And then can we talk about environmental justice? It feels like, how do we interact with the EPA? How does this interact with our chief equity officer's department? You know, and just the rest of like the mayor's office function. How are we weaving that together?
Yeah, when it comes to and the environmental justice, you know, we very much follow what the EPA defines environmental justice and their maps and how they quantify it. And so we see, you know, we work very closely with a lot of departments on different things. And so we see working with the mayor's office very closely on that environmental justice piece, as well as our comm staff and all departments. So the environmental justice, yeah, I would say that we follow what the EPA, you know, that's our guidance that we take.
Yeah, it feels, and this might be my just personal predisposition, so I'm open to correction. It feels like, especially on this, when we are doing environmental justice work, especially in communities that are historically marginalized, historically redlined, the concept of partnership can become even more important. And so I don't want it to become an inadvertent mandate that we are the delivery mechanism for the environmental justice, rather that we are the partner in identifying becoming part of the team that is most efficient and effective at creating an environmental justice, you know, especially in the places where maybe our credibility isn't as great as a private stakeholder or things like that.
Yeah, and that's, you know, a lot of times, you know, we're a small team, and so we can expand our impact by having these key partnerships. And so we're always looking at where are the partners in the community to make our work most effective. And, you know, the Environmental Justice Committee with University Neighborhood Partners is a key example of how we're, you know, that work should come from the community, honestly. And that's right. My firm belief is that it should be led by community.
Can you give us an example of a project that you would consider to be environmental justice oriented? And then do you have your own committee that is an environmental justice committee?
The biggest example is through the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant that we have going on right now, where we worked with the University Neighborhood Partners to form an environmental justice committee that they facilitate, and we're just a participant along with others. And this is very resident-led. They are providing feedback on all of the climate pollution reduction activities that we have, including feedback on the grant applications that we recently submitted. So that's the biggest example I can think of where, and that, you know, I would prefer community type environmental justice committees and supporting those rather than forming our own one within the sustainability department. That is what we consider our environmental justice committee right now.
Council, any other questions, comments?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm walking into the building, but I don't think I'm going to make it. I was listening online, and when we're talking about these different core pieces that we want to accomplish within the department, would it be appropriate to have some benchmarks? Let's say, for example, we have the city has some benchmarks related to energy consumption and where the energy consumption should come from, you know, where that energy should be produced, for example, right? Like we have a goal of having clean energy in our city, right? And would it be appropriate to have specific goals within those different pillars within the department, and then basically say, I mean, I'm throwing random numbers here, but 20% reduction on water, right? Like, or you know, specific goals like that will help guide us, you know, numerically, so we can quantify the impact. Because I worry sometimes that, you know, many of these things they are important, and many of the things do make a difference. But I also want to make sure that we are, you know, having the biggest impact with the tools that we have. And I wonder if there is a way of quantifying some of this. I guess the question is, would it be for our council staff or maybe for our attorney, if it is appropriate to have some goals set within those pillars within the department?
Councilmember, since this is the ordinance or the Title II administration, would it be accurate to say you're looking for some sort of mandate around efficiency or around maintaining efficiency in operations and programs?
No, not necessarily efficiency, but let's say if we're talking about water, like Councilmember Dugan mentioned, right? Reducing or protecting water, right? Like, but what does that mean, right? Like, how do we measure success when we're talking about water? Or how do we measure success when we're talking about pollution, right? And I wonder if there is a way of quantifying some of these pillars and see if we can actually meet some sort of goal towards that. I know that this is a complex question, I guess.
Sure. Okay. I understand Councilmember Pui's position, and I agree that we do need to have some goals, but I'm not quite sure if this policy discussion is into that goal level. It's one step above that, and as in the budget side of the house and on the more timeline specific side of the house, we can go into the goals, because this could be on for 10 years, and a goal of reducing it by 10% may be great at one point and 50% another time, but it probably needs to be in the budget side of the house vice the higher level policy side of the house. I agree with you that we need to set goals, but I'm not maybe sure on the policy side, but more on the specific budget side, if I'm using the language right.
Yeah, and I'll follow up on that. So I agree as well with Councilmember Pui in terms of wanting to see more measures. And what I've heard as part of that conversation is that we see the city moving that direction more so through the budgetary lens. I've seen it on both sides in terms of it's part of a mission vision in terms of then these are the strategic goals of an individual effort or department, as well as no, it's tied to a budget line. I guess my preference is I prefer the budget line component because then there's a really clear alignment between what resources were given to what the outcome was. And so that's a personal preference though, because I've seen it both ways. So I think it's for the greater council to.
Because I look at we have the vision of, hey, for the community renewable energy programs, right? 100% net renewable by 2030. That's a specific visionary goal. The mayor has her goal of a 100% net renewable by X date.
Wouldn't mind.
That's a big vision vice a specific.
I wouldn't mind something in here though that says that our initiatives are supposed to be data responsive to best available data or something, so that also prepares any initiative we're brought with an additional context in case we ever lose Debbie and, next leadership needs to into it. Councilmember Mono?
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate everything that the council's been talking about. I wanted to add just maybe my own perspective that might be slightly different in that is that I would like, as we're talking about the mission of this department, for us to take better advantage of the fact that waste and recycling is part of the department. And I think a lot of the big initiatives that I see coming out of the sustainability department aren't necessarily tied to reduction of waste in a way that I would like to see. I'd really like us to be innovators in how to get our residents to consume and throw away less than any other city in the state. And so I know that we do some things like that. We have different size waste bins and whatnot, but I think we can go a lot further on that. And so personally, to the extent that we're trying to define that, I would want more of that to be on more of the goal of the department to be connected to the core city function that the department is also managing.
Could we jump to page 5 of the staff report? Because what I'm hearing is this interest in performance measures and using data-driven definitions of success. This is one of the ideas that came up in our discussions that would be applicable to all departments. So if we scroll down just a little bit more to uniform tracking and communication, there we go. Codify a policy that the city utilize performance measurements for services provided by a department. So this is that high-level overarching policy that would be applicable to all departments. And I'm sure you've seen in the budget book that departments do include performance measures each year. And the council has also adopted joint resolutions with the mayor. For example, electrifying transportation and the city's fleet and setting renewable clean energy goals. So those are other places where those specific performance measures are made. But in terms of putting in ordinance, we thought that would go to a new section applicable to all departments about the performance measurements.
Council, any other questions, concerns? Yes,
Just-
Councilmember Dugan.
Great question, Councilmember Romano. I fully appreciate that about the waste, because you're right. If you think about recycling, reducing is the first thing you want to do, right? So I think that's a wonderful comment, and I agree wholeheartedly on that, because one of my questions for sustainability later on when we talk about the budget is the landfill, and when's that thing going to be filled? So my question here is, on these 8 focus areas, you just listed them out. To me, they're a random list, or not. I shouldn't say a random list. They're not a priority list. Should that be a priority list from the council, just like we've done with RDA on housing? We said we wanted family housing, we wanted workforce housing, we want home ownership. Would it be in our position to prioritize this, or work with the admin to prioritize this, or just give them these are the 8 functions and you guys prioritize them?
I think you have a perfect segue to core function number 4. If we can go to the top of this page.
Let's go there.
It's about prioritizing the use of limited city resources. And this is something where it could be applicable to all departments, or it could be specific to some departments. So there's 4 different levels that are proposed in the ordinance. It goes from very tightly focused on city-specific programs tailored to make a city-specific impact. And then it broadens out to the next level, which would be B, for partnership or supplementary programs designed to fill in gaps between what other community service providers, other levels of government are providing, if there's a gap, trying to fill or bridge that. C is programs that leverage the financial or programmatic resources of those other community service providers and levels of government. So B is the gap, C is more of the partnership. And then D is programs that position the city as a community leader or effectuating change in those focus areas. So this would be a greater community impact that is in contrast to A being the very hyper-focused city-specific impact. So I don't know if that prioritization of city resources is getting at what you're suggesting, or were you saying the 8 focus areas, prioritizing those 8 as in this is a higher priority than?
Yeah, I was looking more just at the 8 itself, hey, and I'm not here to say, and that's what my question is kind of like a question myself is, again, I don't want you to tell you how to run your staff. I'm looking at you to tell me the priorities on, these 8 things, because the department's the expert on it. I'm not the expert on it. I may have a Dan Dugan opinion that, hey, the water quality should be number 1, but everything else tells me it should be, air. So just to use that as an example here. So I'm speaking out loud and saying, hey, maybe we should have a priority to these 8, or at least break them up into 2 sections, because they are all very important. But $1 can impact this program more than another $1 over in another area. So that's where I'm leaning towards, separate from your prioritizations that you list here, Ben.
One thing I'll say about prioritization generally is, who's prioritizing based on what? And a lot of times we have to listen to the community and what their priority is. So I would want some flexibility to prioritize things based on the feedback we're getting from all of the stakeholders, including community, including you, and others. So, and different circumstances may warrant just prioritizing things differently.
Right. And I think valid point. And when I look at the four that you brought up here, Ben, when I look at the very first ones, city-specific programs, again, I can see that changing over time. And this is for maybe a longer range policy paper, whereas the other ones have a little bit more flexibility because we're going out to the community and things may change a little bit. I just look at plastic bags for, hey, we were recycling plastic bags. Now there's no market for it, and it's hard to, what do we do with all these things? And that changes over time.
Council Chair, one thing that I might suggest is thinking about this ordinance as the very high level capital letter P policy direction. And you might want to look at those 8 priorities and decide if you agree with all 8 of them, just without prioritizing them. And if you do, then maybe the opportunity would be to add a sentence to the ordinance that says, when the department provides its budget basis, it will report on how it's prioritizing these 8, because that's really where the priorities happen, or in the programs and in the budget, and it could change over time, and this is supposed to be a longer term ordinance, and that may be a way to get the prioritization that you're looking for on an annual basis.
My only clarification, and I hate to say this because it goes against every identity I have, as a mother. I really see our role in fixing local food systems, not in providing. And so as we ride that line, I would like some clarity. Like, we're not a food distribution. That's not the intention. But in the places where it fixes local food systems, where we empower the through a sustainable network, growing your own food, cultivating co-op opportunities, that to me feels very in line with the sustainability. So it just feels like that local food systems is a little bit vague, and could accidentally divert us, but that would be my only guidance there.
And I think we're right in agreement with you
From the
on
work
that.
I've seen, it feels like that's the vein that we're in, but I get wary of, while I love the idea of us filling this gap, I get wary of us creating a dependence that we can't predictably fill. And so I'm, marginalized communities, that's a repeated trend, and I don't want us to accidentally fall into that.
Yeah. I see it very much operating within the current system of we looked at every department and how they interact with the food system and where their mission already aligns, where they're interacting already with the food system, like economic development and others. We see it as a yes and, not we're inserting ourselves in a space that we don't belong.
Councilman Lopez Chavez? Anyone else? All right. Thank you all. Ben, you got anything else for me?
I was just going to summarize. It sounds like there are a few of the focus areas where more specificity is desired. Mentioning water came up, and then there was interest in the performance measures as one of the overarching policies. And then if there's any other feedback, let us know.
Cindy?
Just a pitch to say that this is your opportunity. If you do see a topic in there that you don't feel like you support as a major policy priority, or you feel like should be done by another entity, now would be the time to modify or take that out. So we had confusion early on when the department first came and talked about the food sustainability and advocacy and support, and that was really, I tied that right back to the vague language of the ordinance, because I think council members were surprised and staff was surprised. So this, now it will be in the ordinance unless you would like it out of the ordinance. And there are some other things too. So just, this is the opportunity to express whatever concerns you have. You probably don't have any anymore, but just want to emphasize that.
Anyone? Okay. Thank you all very much.
Thanks.
We are now going to move on to the Title 18 text amendments. Nick Tarbett, Council Policy Analyst, is going to join us at the table, as well as Troy Anderson, the Chief Building Official for the city from our Communities and Neighborhoods Department. We got more. If you would just tell us your name for the record.
Good afternoon. I'm Troy Anderson, the new building official of Salt Lake City.
Sorry, can you just check the green light on the microphone?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Troy Anderson, the new building official for Salt Lake City.
And I'm Antonio Padilla, manager for civil enforcement.
And I'm Nick Tarbett, council staff. I will give a quick introduction and then turn the time over to Troy for the bulk of the presentation. This is a briefing on a proposed ordinance that would amend various sections of the city code pertaining to boarded building fees and the enforcement of building code violations. Many of these changes are resulting from council-initiated legislative actions that requested a review of the city's boarded building fee policy, as well as codifying ways that could help safeguard construction work so that it would not damage adjacent properties. After the presentation from CAN staff, there will be some policy questions that we would like some direction on. And we also want to note that this does impact the consolidated fee schedule. So staff will be coordinating with everybody to make sure that any changes made here will be reflected in the budget adoption. With that, I'll go to Troy.
Okay, thank you. So I'm here to propose some amendments to Title 18. Title 18 is what is the ordinance on how we enforce building code. Next slide, please. So the big amendments here to the boarded building fees, Chapter 1824, that's the building construction enforcement. And then Chapter 1850 is the existing residential housing. Next, please. Also, I would like to turn this over to Antonio Padilla. I just wanted to let you know, so I run the building division, which is civil enforcement, building inspections, and building permits. Antonio is the manager over the civil enforcement process that's been doing this for many, many years. So, Antonio, why don't you take it away?
Council members, thank you for your time. I'll be speaking on the boarded buildings. So this proposal increases the annual fees associated with boarded buildings, as well as the administrative fee, which is only charged when a city contractor does work on private property. Next slide. And I'll just go over briefly our process, just so you can get an idea of what the difference between those two fees. So buildings are inspected to determine the status. If a status is determined to be unsecured or boarded, we will send a 10-day notice requesting that boarding or securing of the building. And if not completed within 10 days, the city sends a contractor to board the property. The bill is then sent to the property owner for the contractor cost, plus the city's administrative fee. And so that fee right now is at $129. We are proposing that fee to be increased to $500. And just to give you kind of a quick example of how that might work, if we have one broken window, contractor might charge right around $500. We're tacking on another $500 for the administrative fee. So now the property owner will be paying around $1,000 for one board. Next slide. So we continue to monitor the property. It's inspected monthly. If the status is deemed unsecured, that process starts over again. And now, as far as the annual fees, we typically start assessing those about 4 months after the property has remained boarded. The current annual fee is $902 for the first year and $1,546 after the first year. We are proposing that fee to be increased somewhere in the range of $3,000 to $6,000. We're hoping that you will choose an amount that you feel comfortable with. However, we don't recommend for that amount to be over $14,000 due to the cap that Small Claims Court has placed. And so if we have an unpaid fee, we do go through the small claims process, and typically a judgment is awarded for any unpaid fees. Next slide.
Okay, so what we're doing with these proposals is we're trying to mirror the processes of civil enforcement that have been in place for many years. We want more tools, and our hope is to help bring compliance in the field with these tools. We want to create fines for general violations, 100 a day. We want to do a stop work order violation of $250 a day, and then housing code violations, which we use for our 1850 code, which I'll discuss later, is $500 to $200 a day. That's our quadrennial apartment inspections, and they vary, based on the severity. So that's where the 50 to 200 comes from. Next slide, please. This whole process will help building services and the inspections create a civil penalty process, so we can put them under fines, and we can actually go through a civil notice and order, daily fines, and small claims court. And we also will have a hearing officer for reduction of fines after compliance as an option. Next slide, please. And then as we were digging into this, we started to discover that 1850 hasn't been updated for many, many years. I think I had a 1996 copy. And so we ended up changing it to match current adopted code and ordinance. Next slide, please. So in the existing code of 1850, we referenced the uniform building code, which we don't use anymore. So basically, we're going to update 1850 with this proposal. We also want to increase our options for delivery of reputable mail service, so we're not stuck with one, so we have different ways to mail our notice and orders. And then we're also, in this proposal, replacing HAB board and pushing that to the Board of Appeals. Next slide, please.
I have a question. Chair, may I?
Council?
With reputable notice, is there a way to ensure, let's say you send an e-notice, there's also a paper notice or something posted just to limit liability on the city's behalf?
Yeah, so when we notice, we also post the property.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Madam Chair, can you go back? Or
Councilmember Dupuy and then Councilmember Dugan.
He was first, but sorry. Okay, thank you. Sorry for jumping the line. A few slides back, you talked about the fines. I don't know what number the slide is. Maybe it will be useful to have a number on them so we can refer to the slide. But the slide that talks about the construction enforcement fees, like general violation, $100. Mm-hmm. Number 2 violation to stop order, $250. And then the housing violations, $50 to $200, and you said that there's a range depending on the severity of the issue. Is there an administrative fee to those fines, or is just the fine?
They're just the fines. The administrative fees will come on when we go through the civil process.
Okay, but on the other on the boarded fee, you are tagging the administrative fee from the get-go, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And the reason is it takes a lot of coordination with the contractor to send them out there, to send the request, to verify that work was completed. And so that fee, the administrative fee, is added for each invoice.
I see. I'm just wondering, and I understand that there is a lot of work from our side to coordinate, to make sure we're sending people. I went with some of your code enforcements to understand the work that you guys do and how complex it is. I am impressed with it. But certainly there is a lot of costs to going back to a house 15 times to get one code resolved. So I wonder if there is any interest of adding from the get-go some, or maybe at some triggered point to say there is an administrative fee to this, that you don't want to get to that place, maybe as part of encouraging not to wrap up higher fines, but if you solve this problem within X amount of days, you are not going to get the administrative fee tagged on, which is going to do X, Y, and Z to your fine. I don't know. To me, it seemed like, because there is also a cost associated to that, right, to enforcing those pieces. No, I don't know. I just wanted to hear your thoughts, and maybe this is a bad idea.
So if I'm understanding your question right, just to kind of give them the heads up, right, about this administrative fee up front? Or are you asking to assess an administrative fee up front?
For the construction enforcement fines, and because we're doing it for the boarding, yes, there's a lot of work that goes into the enforcement process. Just during the entire enforcement stop card and all the visits. And that's something that we definitely can consider.
Yeah, again, it's a mix of both. I think you're both correct. My questions today maybe seem to be very vague. Might be how my brain is working today. But yes, I guess it's maybe to see if we can recoup some of the cost, and maybe as an incentive also not to make this problem longer for our code enforcers, to say, look, there is a point where you're going to start getting all those administrative fees. You want to resolve this
so
issue.
Like when your parking ticket goes up if you don't pay it in a certain amount of time, use the administrative fee that way.
Triples. Yeah.
Councilmember Dugan, then Councilmember Mono.
Okay, thanks a lot. Appreciate that. I'm glad for this discussion. Could you go to the slides 1848, the one, I think the ones before this one. That one, yeah, right there. It's perfect. So on the boarding fees, I've read the staff report and other things, and I was curious. I like the high end right now. I like the high end on the fees, but I'm also looking at it as, the cost to board or look at a house that's, or I say a building. A small building compared to a large building, is the fee structured so that it's by square footage of the property, or the height, or the number of floors, by just a flat, X fee for any boarding? And is there room for that, or should there be a scale because your work is required more, or there's a hazard for that? I look at the church that had fire the other day, right? It was boarded up, but it had a fire, and that was a boarding fee of $3,000. That's chump change, but could have been a very expensive fire for the whole neighborhood. So the fee should be higher because it's a larger building and a lot more windows, and the cost should be, upfront, fee there for that size compared to a small outhouse that doesn't have any room for anyone to stay in. So I'm looking at that, and I would push more for the higher end, because I think we're not doing the city justice on public safety by not really pushing hard for those enforcements. And then I had some questions about the other one, but that was the first one.
Yeah, as far as the fee, we're proposing a single fee for all properties, just to streamline the process. We do know that as far as staff time goes, it's about the same amount of staff time that it takes, whether it's a single family home or a large commercial structure. However, if we are sending our contractor out there multiple times, they are going to get multiple administrative fees, because that fee is charged for each invoice that our contractor sends, plus the costs of the contractor. And so that can be thousands of dollars. We've had contractor costs up to $11,000 to $15,000 in one invoice. So we are recuperating the contractor costs plus our administrative fee for each invoice.
Okay, I appreciate that. And on the 1824, the enforcement of the building codes, again, I look at some of the fees, and it's almost like, I think Councilmember Petro was talking about, the second time you get your parking ticket, it goes up. I've had experience in my neighborhood where it seemed like the contractor really didn't care about the fees because it was so small compared to the amount of work he was putting into the place that it was just pocket change to him. And the idea that these fees should be higher as you go because they don't care. And I just kind of say that in a crass way, but I'd like to see some pressure on them staying within our permitting structure.
Yeah, so these fees are daily, and so they do add up pretty quick. And we got to keep in mind that these are per violation. So if we have multiple violations, we could be between $200 and $500 per day. And so they can rack up pretty quickly, especially if we have a property owner who tends to ignore us and not comply quickly. They're going to rack up pretty quick, and we're not going to wait. As soon as it gets to about $5,000, we're going to refer that to small claims court to get their attention.
Councilmember Mono, Councilmember Wharton, and then Councilwoman Young.
Oh, wow. Okay, thanks. So I'm trying to, I know you said this, but can you help me understand? There's the daily fees, those are the administrative fees, but that's only if we have to go do an enforcement and actually board the building ourselves. But then the annual fees are no matter what, even if the property owner properly secures the building themselves, they're paying that annual fee for having a vacant building. Am I understanding that correctly, or do I have something wrong?
Yeah, that is correct. So the annual fee is charged across the board as long as they have one board on a window or a door.
Okay, so I agree with Councilmember Dugan in that I see these fees. Yes, it's recuperating city costs to do a certain service, but it's also incentivizing property owners to utilize their buildings, to keep them in good order. And a single fee for a house that would be the same as a large community building or a large office building doesn't have the same effect in terms of trying to affect behavior towards what we want these buildings to be used for. So I'm supportive of increasing the fees. So I guess first I'm supportive of increasing the fees. I'm supportive of different fees for different types of buildings. I think that it's more potentially more important on the annual boarding fees than the violation, because a house that's in violation and isn't properly secured could have an equally, could be just as devastating of an impact on the next door neighbor to that house as an office building that's improperly boarded. But I would think that the annual boarding fee should definitely be different for commercial and residential. And I think we should even make a couple tiers of like a small commercial, a medium size, and a large commercial. Because of, a really large building on Main Street downtown might be boarded for 30 years. And that really does actually ruin the downtown experience in a way that a building out on Redwood Road probably doesn't, even though they may be the same size of commercial building. Or same, I guess I'm not sure exactly what I'm saying, but different value of the building should be reflected in the fees. I also think personally I would keep the first year fee low, and rather than just increasing it once, I would maybe increase it a little bit smaller, but increase it for multiple years. And I think once you get up to that, if it's a commercial building, once you get up to like 5 years, I think we should go up to the full 14,000. I don't want to make it so burdensome for the first few years, because it just takes a long time for buildings for development projects and to happen. But I think after about 5 years, I think we should charge as much as we can, because if you own a building and you're not using it for 5 years, you should have just rehabilitated it and put a tenant in there, rather than just sitting on it empty. So I think, I don't know if it's 4 or 6, but somewhere around that multiple year, I would say we go as high as we can, but I would keep those first few years lower.
Okay, we will definitely make a note of that.
Councilmember Wharton and then Councilwoman Young.
So about the our staff memo talks about civil versus criminal, and in one of the examples that happened in my district, I still don't know why we didn't have the process in place for the civil side. I don't know why it's an either or, because there was the fact that they had exceeded what the permit was for, and there was the fact that they were trespassing on the other person's property, and we wouldn't do either. We wouldn't address either. So I still think that there needs to be like clear language that, you know, trespass is still a crime, and that there can be criminal penalties in addition to these civil penalties, where you have multiple violations occurring at the same time. And then I also think we should make a distinction about residential, and I'm okay with the fines for residential. I think that, though, everything related to the commercial should be stronger. I think the fees should be higher. I think they should accelerate faster. I would say that I think after 3 years, I think having a 3-year construction or 3-year project that's just sitting there starts to like cause real major problems. I think about construction projects in my district that have been sitting and have been issues for the neighborhood since before I was elected, and now I'm in my 7th year and they're still there. And those are residential. So I think that commercial is even worse, even more problematic. I would like to see us use language from the demolition ordinance that's more punitive, and doesn't allow the project to move forward until the problem is cured. And I understand that there may be some situations where those have to occur at the same time, and that's where I think that you as professionals should be able to have some discretion on that. But I think that there needs to be a way that they also can't just move forward with the project and pencil in the violation as just the cost of doing business. That if there is a way that they can cure it before they can move forward, that we have the ability to do that, to make that requirement. I'm also concerned, I would increase the daily fees. I think I already said that. And also make it much more difficult to reduce the fines. Like, I don't really think that reductions in fines should be discretionary. I think there should be an appeal process that they have to go through. And I think when we let somebody just say, okay, I'll like waive this fine or that fine, that just is too easy. I think if you can, I would like more of a definition of like what come into compliance means. To me, it means, to me, what I want is that not only for them to, so let me take the example of one of my residents. If they came into compliance, so they exceeded the permit and they trespassed on the other person's property, they come into compliance by, I don't know, by stopping trespassing, but they still have a permit that exceeds it, or they get a permit that expands the scope of what they're doing, but they don't have to fix the damage caused by their trespass. Like, so which one? Do you see how it could be like you're coming into compliance, but you haven't actually solved the problem that you caused to the abutting property? So I would like to clarify that. And then I would also like to require when we get construction permits or construction permits, that they have to include before photos of the abutting property in their application, so that we have something to compare it to if there is an allegation that they caused this problem to the abutting property owner. So sorry, that isn't really a question.
No, that's great.
I guess my question is, What do you think of all that?
Okay, that's a great question. This is my rookie tour of duty up here, so
I
thank
know.
you. Councilman Warren, I appreciate the comments. So I'd like to talk about, first and foremost, we've done some things for projects that seem like they can never finish or never being finished. During COVID, there was a lot of extensions and whatnot because of supply procurement and whatnot. But we've recently, about a year ago, trained all inspection staff and civil enforcement staff on our 180-day extensions. We've tightened up that process to hold accountability, so they don't just pick up a shovel and say, I'm still working. They have to actually, it has to go through me, and I have to approve or deny the 180-day extension. If we don't extend, then they come under enforcement. And that's our hope with this process, is it'll give us the tools to find them multiple ways and pull them into small claims court multiple times. I think that's going to be a change for them. You mentioned, Councilman Dugan, that it's chump change to a lot of them. It is, but we hope that the civil process of them just being drug in will incentivize them to comply. I can speak on behalf of compliance that you asked. What we define as compliance in building services, we define compliance that they meet the approved plans and they meet the code. And that's how we find compliance on the building side. Antonio finds compliance under the 21A and the different zoning. And so we work with other departments to make sure that we get the compliance. As for, you mentioned, let me see here. You mentioned about an adjacent property and taking a photo and stuff like that. That's new information to me, and I appreciate that information, and I would like to be able to discuss with my staff that and explore that option. So I don't know if I got everything.
I think just on one of the ones like coming into compliance versus like fixing the problem.
Right.
So if somebody just gets the correct permit to expand the scope, but they've still like impacted the other person's property, is there a way to say like you need to fill in that hole too that you created? As opposed, you expanded your scope, great, thank you. You need to fix that hole you dug on the other person's property too.
On a case-by-case basis, of course. And what we're looking at is, are they outside the scope of their approved plans? If they're outside the scope of their approved plans, we can come in, we can stop card the project and start this process we're proposing. Any thing between two neighbors, of course, is a civil issue, and we would have to discuss that with our legal team. So I don't necessarily have an answer that's broad stroke enough for that. But we also enforce that they can't create a dangerous situation. We have things in here where we work with the engineering department. They can't leave stuff in the sidewalk. They can't do that. We also send inspectors to try to make them be good actors. That's not in here. But on a case-by-case basis, we're hoping this will give us the tools and more bite that we can do more and incentivize them to come into compliance faster. I have a few projects that I actually thought about that if we had this, they would have went through quicker. They would have came to compliance faster. And so that's the intent of this, is we hope that we can avoid those situations.
Yeah, and I'm very thankful that of the work that went into making it this way, and I'm not suggesting that. I think this is all excellent, but I think we should go a little bit further in some of these areas, because we did have, these situations where you had really dangerous stuff happening, where we were just kind of taking a very passive role in it, and I know that you weren't here for some of it, but what I'll say is that not every resident, in fact, I would say very few residents have the time and resources to go to court and to sue another person. And when the city issues something with our logo on it and with our authority that they can do something, that needs to mean something to the public. And so the fact that, you know, I have, in some of my situations with residents, some of the residents have had the ability to sue, but that's not something that everybody has. And I don't know how we, there has to be something in between our process meaning something and being able to bring people into compliance and to some degree fix the problem. And I know that's a little bit subjective. I concede that. But there's a large field of reasonable options that are available, and I just want us to go a little bit further.
You summoned Orion.
I did.
I like your shirt. Good looking shirt.
That's right.
Hey, listen, we're working really closely with the city attorney's office on that issue, and certainly it's difficult to know, make that judgment upon when you're getting involved with a civil issue between neighbors that really dislike each other anyway. And so we try really hard to stay out of those situations. And like I said, the attorney's office is working with us closely on that. And the rest of the questions and comments, we'll take those into serious consideration, get back with you quickly on responses.
Councilwoman Young?
So I would just like to second Councilmember Warden in terms of looking further about what we can do related to the building issues and what it means to have it fixed and be able to move forward while still potentially like creating issues and nuisance related to the neighbors. I'm hearing about this more and more in my district as well. And there just seems to be a lot of, sorry, it's not us, you know, in terms of the way that the city can and can't respond related to some of those help pieces. But to the council member's point, if we're the ones who issued the opportunity for them to go forward with that building, you know, I do want to see what's possible related to the city role. The other thing I'll just follow up on, which came from Councilmember Mono, which was related to like the staggering of fees. I'm not opposed to looking at fees at different scale, depending on commercial versus housing, square footage, whatever that may look like. The one thing I do want to be cognizant of is how those fees are applied to a property that then may transfer ownership. So if I'm purchasing, you know, a boarded building, does my clock start again? Or am I, you know, beholden to, well, the previous property owner was already 5 years in. And so now my fees each year just continue to escalate. So just trying to be thoughtful about what that could look like in terms of if we do amplify fees that have been for buildings that have been boarded over a certain number of years.
Yeah, and one clarification on that real quick is there is a natural incentive in that process because a larger building is going to require much more fees to board from our contractor, and those are leaned against the title of the property. They run with the title through a certificate of non-compliance. So there is already built into that an incentive for a bigger building to not let it continue to be boarded.
I like it, and that's good to know. I think my concern was more related to the suggestion that maybe the fees escalate after 5 years. I would just want to make sure that because I guess I look at it through the lens of if I'm, you know, looking to buy a property and it's on its fourth year of 5 years and I'm going to be held accountable for getting that turned around in a single year, well, I'm not going to buy that property. And then do we just perpetrate the fact that these boarded buildings stay forever as opposed to, no, it's a new property owner, so your clock would start over related to the 5-year window?
Yeah, that's a good point. I will point out that I have seen changes of ownership that we suspected were only to restart the clock.
Yeah, got it.
So
thank you.
LLCs.
The one thing I'm going to add here is, especially in the case of a commercial property, why are we waiting 10 days? If I've heard nothing over the past year, whenever I interact, especially with the legislature, it's that private industry is really efficient and effective. Certainly they don't need 11. I'm willing to concede on a private residence, maybe something a little more gracious, but we should expect quicker response, especially because we're putting so much of our assets into recovery and service when not uncommon fires are happening or other things are going on in the buildings. So I'd be interested in that. The other thing is, are you looking for a straw poll on where we feel comfortable with that fee at this point, or is that something coming at a later date?
Yeah, I think,
or
I think
feedback,
we have,
if not a straw poll.
I think we feel pretty comfortable with the feedback we've gotten, so we could respond in writing. And then once we make those responses, then it would be helpful maybe in the next briefing to give us a straw poll.
Perfect. Councilmember Romano, I saw your hand up. Do you have a quick?
Yeah.
Quick.
It can be quick. Yeah, I appreciate Councilmember Young's comment about restarting the clock and whatnot. I can see it kind of both ways. I wonder if there's not a way to make it really clear when a real estate transaction is happening that they're in year whatever of this escalating fee schedule, so that that can be accounted for in the sale price. Like the buyer could, like somehow that shows up on the disclosures and the buyer knows that they're at that place and they can negotiate a lower sales price for that. I don't know how that works or not. I definitely agree with Councilman Young that I don't want our fees to be a reason that a new buyer that potentially wants to remodel or rehabilitate a building would not go through with a transaction. But I also don't want to have the situation where they can just erase their fees because they just sell it to their spouse.
Yeah, and that's actually already built in. We have a process, we're proposing a process to issue a certificate on their title. So whenever there is a transaction and a title report, it will flag it as either pending fees or it is part of the bordered building registry, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you. All right, council, it sounds like we'll get another chance to weigh in on this, but if you all feel comfortable with the feedback, then we can move on. Nick has instructions.
Well, just to say, next week is the public hearing for this, and so it's likely the council will want to continue that so that you can have further discussions.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Council, I'm going to give you a warning that we are still running about 45 minutes behind schedule, and I'd like to fix that. So as we ask questions, if we could stay succinct, that will help us. All right, let's then move on to an ordinance for zoning incentives for adaptive reuse and the preservation of buildings text amendment. I'm going to ask Brian Fulmer, Council Policy Analyst, and Amy Thompson, the Planning Manager, to join us. I see we also have Nick Norris. We always enjoy Nick's feedback, but I'll turn the time over to you, Brian.
Thank you. This is a proposal from Mayor Mendenhall to amend the zoning ordinance to encourage and support adaptive reuse and preservation of buildings. City Code currently has several barriers which complicate reuse of buildings, and the proposal addresses these and adds incentives encouraging building reuse citywide. Turn it over to Amy.
Yes, I have a lot of information to cover, and I don't want to go over any more, make you more delayed than you already are, so I might breeze through some of these slides. Of course, we can go back to them if you need them. As Brian mentioned, this is a text amendment. Both the Planning Commission and the Landmark Commission unanimously recommended that the City Council adopt the proposal. If you can go to the next slide, please. The goals of this proposal are to address zoning barriers to utilizing existing buildings, offer incentives, and create a process for these types of projects. If you can zoom actually to slide 7, I'm going to skip through the why buildings are important because I know the council knows that, why they are. So as far as the proposed changes, they are generally located in Chapter 21A52. That's the zoning incentives chapter. And it creates a new section called Building Preservation Incentives. If you recall, this chapter was created with the adoption of the Affordable Housing Incentives. And there are 2 new subsections within the Building Preservation Incentives section. The first one is adaptive reuse for additional uses in eligible buildings, referred to as the A incentives, and then the second is preservation of a principal building, referred to as the B incentives. Next slide, please. So for the first set of incentives, those are I'll refer to from here on out as the A incentives. They are primarily a use incentive. It allows for additional land uses in eligible buildings, buildings that would be eligible for
this type of incentive are generally those that are important to the city, state, nation, and convey high artistic, historic, or cultural values. And they could also be largely underutilized structures. Often these buildings are part of neighborhood fabric, but they're difficult to use without a rezone process. And because of the districts they're located in, such as single-family residential or institutional zones. We currently have a conditional use process in our zoning ordinance that allows for adaptive reuse of a landmark site for non-residential uses. And that ordinance requires that the building be a minimum of 7,000 square feet, which is rather limiting. The building in the photo here is referred to as the 29th Ward Meeting House. This is one landmark site that actually does meet the 7,000 square foot threshold and was recently approved through the conditional use process for a community center. Next slide, please. So this incentive expands on that current process in the following ways. It expands eligibility from just landmark sites to individually listed National Register properties, churches, schools, hospitals, and other buildings determined to be culturally or historically significant. It also allows for residential uses in addition to the non-residential uses that are currently allowed through the process. It prohibits specific uses. These are uses that we've determined to be incompatible with the typical development allowed in the zone or would have a negative impact on the existing structure. Examples of these are car washes, outdoor storage, or impound lots and manufacturing uses. We've removed the square footage requirement, and we've made some adjustments to the land use table. Mainly, there are zones where this use incentive would not be much of an incentive because the uses allowed in that zone are already so flexible. So we've removed this from the TSA, manufacturing, downtown, mixed use, and gateway zoning districts for this reason. Next slide, please. The purpose of the incentives of this subsection, which I'll refer to as the B incentives from here on out, are to encourage the preservation of buildings by supporting the city goals related to sustainability, neighborhoods, economy, and housing. The provisions are designed to support developments that include preserving an eligible building by allowing flexibility with certain zoning regulations while still maintaining the unique fabric and character of neighborhoods. A couple of things to note about the B incentives compared to the A incentives. They are not a use incentive. They are specifically related to zoning modifications for allowed uses in that zone. They could, however, be combined with the A incentives, which are a use incentive, if the building that qualifies for the A incentive was also 50 years old and met the qualifying provisions for the B incentives. The incentives in this section can apply to the existing building being preserved and also can apply to new construction on the same development site, which could include multiple abutting parcels. Eligibility for these incentives requires that the new development be retain a building that's at least 50 years old and covers at least 25% of the development site. We have built-in exceptions to that 25%. And then limitations exist on removing existing portions of the structure for modifications. And in single, two-family, and RMF zoning districts, the multifamily zoning districts, all primary structures must be retained. And there are also provisions for retaining existing commercial space. New construction must meet the design standards unless stricter requirements are specified in the design standards chapter or in the base zoning district. Next slide, please. The incentives being offered are minimum lot area and lot width reductions, reduced parking. Setbacks can apply around the perimeter of the whole development as opposed to the individual parcels within the development. We are proposing to waive the plan development for straightforward things like dividing a lot without street frontage or multiple buildings on a parcel. And then we have added in an administrative plan development process to streamline that process, but still allow some staff oversight for analysis to ensure compliance with the plan development standards. We are also offering additional height through administrative design review in most districts, with the exception of single, two-family, and multifamily residential, the RMF zones. Next slide, please. This map shows properties that are eligible for the B incentives. It was created using tax assessor data that contains to identify properties that contain a building that's at least 50 years or older. The ones shown in blue are within the Historic Preservation Overlay. The Historic Landmark Commission already has the authority to authorize many of these incentives through additional height, setback modifications, and those types of things. Where the proposal would be really beneficial for properties within the overlay is for creating lots without frontage, multiple buildings on a property, the density limitations, and then the reduction of parking. Eligible properties in single-family zones are identified in yellow. These are properties that have enough lot area to divide the lot, since lot area is not being modified in those zones. Properties within the green are eligible for all incentives except for height, and then properties in gray and purple are eligible for all of the B incentives. Next slide, please. These are some examples that I have of how this would work. I'm happy to skip over those if the council just wants to kind of zoom to some of the considerations in terms of changes that were made following the Planning Commission recommendation.
Councilmember Dugan?
Yeah, please go through the example for me.
These examples, sure. So this is the example. This is an example of how this would be applied in a single-family zoning district. This is an existing property in an R1 5000 zoning district, and it has enough lot area for to divide it in half. Actually, sorry, this is, yes, in the R1 7000 zoning district, so it needs 7,000 square feet for each parcel. And currently, this type of request would require a plan development for reduced lot width and for setback modifications. Next slide, please. Because of the configuration of the lot and how the ordinance defines required yards, essentially on this Lot 2 parcel, what we would define as the front and rear yard act as the interior side yards for other properties. And so with the proposal, a plan development would be waived to split the lot, and then the setback modifications could be requested through an administrative plan development, so streamlining the time that it would take to get an approval. Next slide, please. This is an example of how the incentives would be applied in the SR1A, R2, and the R2 zoning districts. The regulations in these zones are largely the same with the exception of building height. The SR1A zone only allows for 23 feet in height, so this example would meet all of those zoning requirements. This is a site plan view of an example block that was modeled after an actual block in Salt Lake City. These are images on the right of other blocks just to demonstrate that these private alleys and private streets within blocks are very common in our neighborhoods. The existing lot is 7,301 square feet, and it's occupied by a single-family dwelling that was built in 1925. Without the incentives, this property could accommodate an addition to the existing house or an accessory dwelling unit. The property does not have enough lot area to add an additional detached unit or to convert that single-family dwelling into a twin home. With the incentives, next slide, please. Since the minimum lot area is waived in these zones, the house could be converted into a twin home or a duplex, or a second detached single-family dwelling could be constructed. This last option of the second single-family detached dwelling is shown in the example. The graphic depicts the regulations for Lot 1 and the new property for Lot 2. The incentives that would apply to this project would be waived. Plan development for creating a lot without street frontage and reduced lot width. And only one parking stall per unit would be required. However, this example does show 2 tandem parking spaces. Next slide, please. The proposal is consistent with adopted plans and policies and zoning ordinance considerations for text amendments. Next slide, please. Additionally, it's consistent with best practices. As part of this process, we did research several cities that have adopted adaptive reuse ordinances, and we worked closely with other divisions, mainly sustainability, economic development, as well as building services. Next slide, please. And the public process is outlined in the transmittal in further detail. We have received 6 comments on this proposal, all generally in favor of the proposal. 2 of those from recognized organizations, community councils. Next slide, please. And these are some considerations for City Council. Following the recommendation of approval from the commissions, staff identified some potential changes for your consideration. These all relate to the B incentives. So the first one is building age. The proposal is buildings that are at least 50 years old, so it allows for a rolling date. Some planning commissioners express concern with a rolling date and the ability for later period buildings to come into eligibility in the coming years. So we could propose a fixed date language that says that eligible buildings built prior to 1976 would be eligible. And then the second thing, both of these things relate to design standards. The first is that in the proposal reviewed by the Planning Commission and Landmark Commission, upper level glass recommendations were 50%. This is calculated by the surface area of the facade of each floor. After looking at this closer, staff's of the opinion the 50% threshold is too high for the upper levels of the building. Currently, only the downtown and the gateway mixed-use zones require this percentage of upper level glass. Some of the other zoning districts, like the FBUN zones and the RMF 30 zones, require 50%, and the rest of them do not have an upper floor glass requirement. So we are recommending to reduce the requirement to 20%. Zones that have a higher percentage required in the design standards chapter would still be subject to that higher percentage. This is just in place of those districts that don't have a stricter requirement in the design standards. And then lastly, we've added some clarifying language to the building entrance design standard so that it's consistent with the design standard language in 21A37, the design standards chapter. And that is all I have. Hopefully I've left enough time for questions if there are any.
Thank you, Amy. Councilmember Dugan?
Thank you. I appreciate the explanations here and the thoughtfulness that went into it. On the age to 50 years, 1976, I'll look to defer them. I like the 50 years, but if they don't, if they're not comfortable with that rolling average, because I think there's a feeling that anything built after the 70s or 80s was not really that great construction, but I defer to the experts on that one. On the window side of the house, is this, we've talked about this before in the higher buildings downtown about bird impact glass, but is there anything on bird impact glass on these lower structures? Because again, that is still just a concern of a number of residents and people in the neighborhoods. Is installing a bird impact glass requirement for these building types?
There is not a requirement for bird-friendly glass. Right now, we're dealing with mostly existing buildings, and so retaining the glass and glazing and character-defining features of those buildings. As far as the new infill, I think for the most part, we're thinking that a lot of times that may be not necessarily on a street frontage if we have an existing building that's out front. We relied heavily on our existing design standards, and so these are essentially in place for those zoning districts that aren't subject to those design standards, which we do have several of those. But we did not explore bird-friendly glass with this particular petition.
Yeah, we have looked into, at the council request, some bird-friendly glass proposals. And one of the things that we're finding is that
availability of that bird-friendly glass is actually really hard to find, even remotely close to being local. And so it does add a significant cost to the cost of the windows. And so we're trying to figure out how to balance that out. But one of the built-in things that this does is by lowering that percentage of glass on the upper levels, it has a built-in type of effect, right? The less glass there is, the less surface area there is for birds to crash into.
Councilwoman Young?
So I guess my question is related to when we talk about adaptive reuse, I think my mind always goes to the larger buildings, in terms of the preservations of the ward houses, or some of those other historical pieces. The single family one, I'm wondering if we could have like a compare contrast versus what's being proposed and how that is similar or different than the affordable housing incentive effort. I'm just trying to figure out like what we've already approved in terms of what flexibilities exist, how this aligns or is maybe different than that.
Yes, I don't know if whoever the PowerPoint person is can get the presentation back up, but I did hide some slides at the very end that help demonstrate that.
Scott, are you able to do that? Thank you.
So generally the incentives offered with affordable housing and adaptive reuse are very similar. Where they do differ is with the single and two family residential zoning districts, some of the commercial districts and the institutional zoning districts, mainly because with the incentives for affordable housing, they allow for different housing types not normally allowed in the zone. So in the single family zone, they allow for cottage development, row house, and those types of things. We are not allowing that with adaptive reuse. We are allowing the additional uses through the A incentives, but those are limited to the existing building. So that's kind of a main area where they differ.
Thank you. Councilmember Mono?
Thanks. Yeah. I want to just say I definitely support the rolling clock, and I do believe that there is significant architecture that was built after the 70s. So I would like it to remain at the 50-year rolling clock, and that is in line with national standards for preservation and when buildings become eligible for like federal tax credits and things like that. So I would like us to keep that and not leave it as a fixed time in our ordinance, because that might make sense right now, but I don't know that it will in 10 years. And that's where I'm at on that.
Thank you.
My only comment.
But can we skip the 80s altogether?
80s is when most of
can't
us were
skip the
born.
80s.
Clearly, wonderful things came out of the 80s.
People
All right.
heavy era.
Right. It was people heavy, not architecture. Okay. Any other questions, concerns, comments? Thank you for your amazing work on this. Council, at this time, we're supposed to have a break. I would like to cut it in half at most. So for 10 minutes, do we need to take that now, or do you want to push through? A break? Okay, let's do 10 minutes, please. Can we be back here at 4:15? Thank you. We're now going to turn our attention to one of the highlights of everyone's year, the budget briefing for our Communities and Neighborhoods Department. Allison Rowland, Council Policy Analyst, is here at the table, and we have Blake Thomas, Director of CAN, Orion Golf, the Deputy Director of CAN, Tammy Hunsaker, Deputy Director of CAN, and Brent Beck, the CAN Finance Director, all joining us. I see so many other CAN superstars as well. Can't wait to hear from all of you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, for FY25, the Community and Neighborhoods proposed general fund budget is $34.7 million. That's $1.6 million above FY24's, which is about 4.7% higher. If you do have the staff report up, you can take a look at that first chart in the staff report showing the budget amount proposed for each of the 5 divisions, as well as in the previous 2 years what was adopted. Housing Stabilities Division would continue to be the largest one at $9.8 million for FY25, and that's about 6.7% growth from last year. Building Services would actually receive the largest increase at $1.3 million, or 14.6%. But I want to note that this amount is being reviewed by Finance because there appears to have been some problem in the new system for inputting data, so they are checking on that amount. Planning Division and Transportation Division would receive 7.6 and 7.8% increases, respectively. And then the last 2 divisions, Youth and Family and the Office of the Director, which are the smallest divisions, would actually have reductions in their budget, but these are basically for one-time expenses that are being moved elsewhere. The second chart on staffing shows, well, one, I should say before that chart, the increased costs in staffing are what drives department-wide increase in budget. So it's the increased costs for salaries, insurance, pensions, et cetera. And that will amount to about $3 million over FY24, which is a 12.8% increase, so a pretty hefty amount. And then in the mayor's recommended budget, the net number of CAN FTEs, full-time employees, would shrink by 2, so that would drop them to 193, and they would have a net increase of 2. In other words, actually it would shrink by 4, excuse me, and then they would add 2. So yes, the net decrease is 2. I can almost do that math in my head. The 2 proposed new people would be in the Office of the Director, a Communications and Engagement Manager, and in the Building Services Division, a Building Inspector 3. Now, we're also told that there will be one additional full-time employee, and we're working on clarifying that. It would be an Engineer 4 for the Transportation Division. And all of these, as is typical in the Mayor's recommended budget, are funded for 10 months, so they would have to get that extra percentage for FY26. There are policy questions scattered throughout the staff report, but I will turn it over to Blake and his team now to make this awesome.
All right. Hi, Blake Thomas, Director of Community and Neighborhoods. This is my favorite day of the year. Thank you for allowing the CAN All-Stars to have a moment to present what we're hoping to do this next year. Next slide, please. This is our organizational chart. And actually, first, I just want to thank Allison for her staff support. She's incredible to work with. So is the council staff. I know this is arguably your busiest and most stressful time of year. So thank you for the time and attention that you put into the budget and our requests. And as you can see on our chart, Brent Beck is our finance director. I want to thank him for preparing and monitoring our budget and always having incredible skill and professionalism. And then to my right is Tammy Hunsaker, who's the Deputy Director of Community Services. I want to thank her this past year for spending nights and weekends drafting proposed housing policies to ensure transparency and compliance with federal funding. And Orion Goff, who we all know and love, who worked tirelessly to shepherd the Tiny Home Village project, which now has all of its building permits in place to begin work. The last introduction I'd like to give behind me in the crowd is Meredith Muller, who has replaced Angela Price's vacancy in the department. So she is now our policy director and comes to us by way of Salt Lake County and the Sorensen Institute, formerly the Sorensen Impact Center. Next slide, please. This chart here, the 9.8 million, with the drop of 1.4 million landing at 8.4 million, represents CAN's general fund and funding our future non-personnel services. Outside of the general fund, we have personnel funds, grant funds, CIP, and non-departmental. We have the proposed head count, which I'll explain in a moment, as one below last year when I get to the next slide, different from the two below based on this engineer position that I'll discuss. I'm proud to report that with our broad head count, we have 11 vacancies department-wide, 2 of which are being held until our housing legislative policies are approved, and others we hold when we're in the position of needing to meet our budget but have to pay out overtime for building permit reviews. So proud to report that low number relative to the department broadly. Next slide, please. Okay, the key changes and insights are first, a communications and engagement manager, as the staff report language uses, that would sit in the office of the director and be a department-wide resource and personnel. A building inspector 3, an engineer 4, and then inflationary fuel increases. I'll get into each of those on the next slide, please. Okay. The communications and engagement manager request is based upon CAN having more than 190,000 touch points with residents and customers each year. That includes 200 public meetings or open houses and roughly 200 projects that require public input. In addition to that, CAN has daily media and constituent inquiries and has not had a dedicated communications-related FTE in the department. We'd like to be more proactive in communicating the good work of the city and what the department is doing. So that is our hope and intention with this request. The building inspector 3 position, by way of background, there's more than 2,400 multifamily residential properties that are required to be inspected every 4 years per city code. The inspections team is currently inspecting properties that were last inspected in August 2014, when they should be inspecting on properties last inspected in 2020. The inspections team has 6 inspectors that are currently assigned to vacant and boarded buildings and apartment inspections, and in calendar year 2023, they completed 613 housing cases. So an additional FTE could roughly complete about 100 net inspections per year. And what this role will do is it'll help chip away at the deferred backlog and help implement Thriving in Place and Housing SLC by protecting tenants. Next up, the Engineer 4. Likely in your packets and materials, this request, it's neutral in the broad sense of the mayor's recommended budget. It was originally proposed in the Public Services Department to live in the engineering division. So the administration originally requested that position. The role has not changed, which is to address contractors violating city-issued permits to close and do work in the public right-of-way. The city engineer, which is housed in public services, issues the permit to do work in the right-of-way, oversees construction work in the right-of-way, and has the authority to issue stop work orders. The city transportation engineer, which lives within the transportation department under John Larson, transportation division under John Larson, issues traffic control permits. As such, this position could practically be placed in either work group, but the administration is now requesting it be placed in CAN as the department that issues the traffic control plan permit. This position, the engineer 4, would report to the city traffic engineer. The goal here is to be able to proactively enforce those violations of work spilling out into the right-of-way that's not permitted, to ensure whether you're on foot, in a wheelchair, on a bicycle, that you can safely get from point A to point B in the city. The last item is the inflationary fleet fuel increases. This number was provided to CAN from the Fleet Division in Public Services, and it's an estimated $11,557 in inflationary fuel costs for the gasoline used in CAN's fleet. Next slide, please. This is an overview of non-departmental. This is this funding, the proposed change, the $307,807 is an inflationary increase related to the partnership with UTA and our on-demand service. If you go to the next slide, please. That summarizes the $307,000. What I will say is that this program has grown the last 2 years and has been an incredibly successful program. We feel like it's stabilized. We had done a pilot year and then requested more funding the next year because up to 40% of rides were being declined because of how heavily it was being used. And working with UTA and our transportation staff, we feel like that program has now stabilized and has adequate service. So this is the inflationary number provided to us to keep that program running. I will say a few quick facts about that program. Between January 2023 and January 2024, there was a 70% increase in the number of completed rides. There's been more than 300,000 rides since the service began in December 2021. 20% of the rides connect to tracks or front runner stations. The on-demand service is currently planning to increase the number of wheelchair accessible vehicles that are in its fleet. And the cost per rider has decreased over the last year and is consistently below UTA's microtransit target for this metric. Next slide, please. Again, that's just reiterating that number. So that's the conclusion of my presentation. And assuming there are no questions, I'm here for questions. Thank you.
Well, Council, with that, I think Blake just challenged us to ask every question. Council, any questions? Go ahead, Council.
Thank you for the presentation. So the Communications and Engagement Manager, what is this 190,000 annual interactions with the public? Can you elaborate what that means?
Yeah, I can. Let me pull that number up. And to be candid, I think that's a quite conservative number. The Building Services Division has 130,000 touch points with the public each year based on calls, emails, interactions. The Planning Division has about 200 projects that require some sort of public notice and public input period. They issue about 30,000 public notices, host about 34 public hearings, and attend about 100 community meetings per year. The Housing Stability Division has about 826 individual occurrences. That's federal reporting speak for working with a homeowner or a business, and events. And they have about 5,612 public participants or comments and about 1,260 constituent calls per year that come into our offices. The Transportation Division sends about 15,000 postcards a year through the Livable Streets program, about 4,000 for various projects and local street reconstructions. They host about 20 community meetings a year and attend about 40 community council meetings. The project delivery team in transportation holds and attends dozens of public meetings per year. We also spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on consultant outreach, which a goal of mine would be that this position could also be the engagement manager and essentially a PIO for some of these smaller projects outside of major reconstruction. And then lastly, the Youth and Family Division has 389 participants in Youth City that are elementary age. So those are the youth that are in the programs who have parents or guardians, and then 144 participants in the Youth City teen programs and 308 adults at the Fair Park Family Learning Center. So that.
Those are great, but you're not expecting this person is going to respond to the hundreds of emails and answer all the hundreds of phone calls. You design or mail those thousands of mail postcards, and you're counting all of those. And surely your department has probably hundreds of thousands of more context than that, right? And yeah, if we, so what I want to understand is, so you basically are looking for a PIO for the department, for public info. Someone to coordinate the communications throughout this for the public and for the media. And because I was like wondering, you're looking for a senior position with that salary, right? And I certainly they're not going to be necessarily responding to all emails and answering all the phone calls. I'm sure that they're going to do some of that.
Yeah, no. In terms of, I think that's a good point. In terms of those phone calls, those are coming to front desk, frontline staff. What we're looking for is typically whether it's a project in the community, especially those that are newsworthy, we get a preponderance of inquiries and requests. And so we're looking to craft a singular message that helps coordinate across the department, across the city in that instance, but also especially have the bandwidth, which we haven't had, to proactively issue press releases, do other types of media type publications or events in which we can talk about the great work we're doing, which I lose sleep at night sometimes thinking about how in this domain we're solely reactive right now, and this would give us the ability to tell the story of what the mayor and all of you as the city's elected officials are doing.
No, and I believe on that, and I think if we see the previous budgets, this council supported the positions similar to this with communication engagement. I still struggle with how many of these positions we have when we also have certainly a bunch of positions in the under IT to help us craft this.
Yeah.
So my follow-up question to you will be, do you have staff in your department that is social media, they're in charge of social media and whatnot, and how many positions do you have related to communicating with the public, and that's the sole purpose?
Sure. So currently I have 0, that's their sole purpose. In hearing your point, you make a great one where I work closely. It's not hyperbolic to say that we get typically a media or public inquiry 5 days a week. I work closely with the mayor's communication director, but I work closely with him on behalf of the mayor's office. I work closely with the team in IMS, and that's broadly on major city initiatives in terms of really large overarching narratives. So this would help with the daily requests that do come in addition to the proactive messaging that are specifically CAN related. And I looked into it this morning as one of the only departments in the city that doesn't have a person or team dedicated to that.
Okay, that answers all of my questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
I had a question. Blake, would that personnel interface with the civic engagement team? I mean, I'm assuming that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So the civic engagement team hosted an IMS. This person would be a really critical link with them where, for example, if there's a major zoning change forthcoming, we'll meet with the civic engagement team in IMS and their group and get general messaging ideas that are broad, and then it would essentially be handed off where this person would then help manage the day-to-day, craft the language on behalf of CAN as a department, attend those community councils or other meetings, helping shepherd it through the process in a more granular way that I don't think we could ask of the IMS team.
Okay. I think the only concern I might have is we have a lot of personnel from different departments, and I can understand that diversification of the employees, but we, for example, in attendance of community council, we have 10 employees from the city attending one meeting, and I'd like to see that more consolidated.
Sure.
I'm not disagreeing that
Sure.
this is needed for CAN, especially with the diversity and extent in which you're interfacing with the public. But that might be something to consider.
Yeah, I appreciate that feedback. I will note that, and as a proposed new position, I'm very open-minded in terms of kind of honing in exactly what the best use of time is in that role, knowing there is a lot of demand.
Councilmember Dugan?
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. I'm kind of looking at the livable streets and the streets program in general when I look at just the street conditions, but also the livable streets, where we've had a really push for Vision Zero and traffic calming. And I'm like to know how over the last couple of years from our program, from our staff report, what we have accomplished over the last couple of years on the livable streets and the street calming initiatives that we've done, and getting the message out there, and how much more could we do if we had some additional funds to that. Because I think sometimes if you're going to replace or do a overlay of a city or even a chip seal, this might be also the perfect time to do a traffic calming project at the same time, and tackle it together, and how we can work to keep that ball rolling, because it's almost daily I get an email saying, hey, I'd love to have something down my street here, or I'd love to do this. And I've worked with John and the staff, and really appreciate that, of having meetings with my residents, and I'm probably going to have a continued meeting with my residents on street calming projects, and how well we've done it in the past. If we had some more funding to do it, some more projects this year, what could we get done, and so we can keep this thing moving.
Great. Thank you for the question. I'm going to call up John Larson while I tell you or respond to your question about some of the completed projects. And first of all, I just appreciate so much the funding that you and the council have provided for that program to relaunch it after decades of dormancy, knowing very well how much demand there is. So with the funding you've provided, we're proud to report on our quick build safety projects. We've purchased traffic counters for the livable streets projects. We've replaced delineators on 3rd South and 2nd West protected bike lanes. We've done a 1300 South and 2100 East safety project. We've done projects on Emory Street, 400 East safety project, a Westminster Avenue school crosswalk improvement. We've done Westlake crosswalk improvements at 13th East and 7th South. We've done a 600 West Hollywood Ave and South Temple Street traffic circle improvement. I want to be respectful of your time. I've got 10 more to list, but I'll save it. But we're really excited and have it in our written materials.
Yes, and that is in attachment 4 of the staff report if you want to see the full list.
And I'll let John, if you don't mind, speak to the funding and kind of the scalability of the program.
Yeah, it's highly scalable. So I think it's safe to say that the more resources we put out at the faster we could go. And so it's been 2 years since the budget in which we brought back our traffic calming, rebranded as Livable Streets. And then it was fall of that year. So that would have been fall of 2022 is when we were able to hire the new staff. And so it took us a few months after that to kind of get our legs under us and figure out, okay, what does this program look like? How do we structure that? Who's doing what? And so really we've had just over a year, maybe a year and a half of actually having the staff and the resources to get going. And so we're kind of really at this tipping point where we're kind of really about to like really launch as far as the ability to start getting things done that people are going to start seeing out on the street. Like Blake mentioned, the quick action funds, we've been able to get a lot of stuff out quickly. But as far as the portion of the program, the zone-based program where we're building the permanent stuff, it's really this summer is when we're going to start seeing that. And that's when we'll start really spending down on that budget. And we are at the point where I think we're setting up a pretty good structure and a pretty good rhythm as far as doing the engagement at the neighborhood or zone-based level. And so I don't think staff capacity is going to be the biggest constraint at this point. It'll just be purely the capital funding.
I want to thank you, John, and everybody, and Ken, but certainly for all the work that you and your people are doing for this. And we have given you so many different things to do, and it really is appreciated the amount of work that you're doing on this, and it's noticeable. It really is noticeable. Certainly, our communities are asking even for more and more, right? But there is. It seems like sometimes there is no end in sight on this issue, right? On traffic calming, but I appreciate the city's commitment on and the emphasis that you and how quick you acted on this, and I seen you show up to neighbors meetings quickly in response to complaints and agitation about these issues, and you being able to explain the constraints that the city had, but also not stopping there, but coming up with the solution. And I've seen those solutions, and we're still learning if those solutions are good or not, and learning through that. But I really appreciate the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
I really appreciate the kind words, and I appreciate everyone's patience as we've stood up this program. I feel very lucky that we've been able to hire staff that are truly enthusiastic about this issue and see that it's a major quality of life issue, and it feels good to make a difference. Yeah.
I had some questions too about the communication staff person. Do any of the divisions in CAN have their own comms person, or a person whose job it is to, I don't know, run the social media stuff and help with communications, stuff like that?
No, we don't have anyone dedicated to that.
Okay. And then
I guess I'll say planning has a great graphic designer, but not comms related, but hence all the beautiful slide decks and other materials.
Okay. I mean, it's okay. Yeah, I think I just need to think about it more. The other thing that I've heard a lot of feedback on for transportation division is striping, and I think I talked to you about this after the last budget, and restriping roads and things like that. I didn't see if that was specifically addressed here, but I was trying to look in the staff report. But do we have the same amount that we did for previous years for restriping roads, or?
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking.
Oh, sorry. That we talked a couple months ago about how whether there was like a reduction in the money that had been allocated for road restriping, and that there are like some roads, and whether that was included in the budget from last year. And I just wondered if that's not ringing a bell, then I can get more.
Not sure. I mean, there was some funding that had been allocated to hire contractors specifically, and I think that had come to our division.
Uh-huh.
And then I think through a budget amendment recently, just a few months ago, that got moved into the streets division. And,
right.
So I think that the intent with that was that it was ongoing, but I'm not sure.
And I mean, the basis of the complaint is that a lot of residents are saying that I've heard from, several residents feel very strongly that we aren't restriping enough, and that it's dangerous, and particularly for bikers and pedestrians. Like, are we reducing that in any way, or do we need to increase that in any way to stay more on top of it? Tell me.
I don't work for the streets division, but I can say that they're always constrained resource-wise.
Uh-huh.
But I do think a specific issue there is on the bike lanes, that the outer lane, they have a hard time striping it just because cars are parked in the way.
Yeah.
And we do get from bike advocates complaints about that issue. And that may end up being like a policy thing that we could fix. Like some big cities, they just have like a day a week or a day every other week where you're not allowed to park. And then you can do your street sweeping, you can do your, that's when they could go in and stripe. But that's something that we'll have to explore.
Okay.
Councilmember, you might be able to get more information from the next briefing for public services.
Yeah, I'll ask about it there too. I just wanted to ask you because we had talked about it at some point, but it was a while ago. So I understand if it's not still on your radar. So thanks.
Are you staying on transportation, or are you switching gears? Go ahead.
It's related to, thank you. It's related to the update on the train crossing safety signage. It's encouraging to see some of that moving, and I appreciate the work on that and how we, all the things that happen within a year already, and knowing that is a fast pace to implement something this impactful. Will you elaborate a little more quickly on this cost, to the one-time cost, and what it will take? When I learned about this, certainly they're using these examples from other cities and whatnot, but it seemed to me it was going to be cheaper. But certainly what I'm reading is that $150,000 of implementation in each crossing, and then a fee to maintain the system. But the positive impacts to $150,000 are huge to me. But could you elaborate a little bit more about the cost and why?
Yeah. So, this is so new, it's hard to nail down the cost exactly. But with the pilot, we have been able to put up, I think, 5 sensors, and then the signs will be installed later this month at that one intersection. But as we expand, we'll be able to we won't have to put in 5 new sensors for every intersection, because some of those sensors will be able to help inform the signage at additional crossings. So the price will drop, and then the ongoing software cost would also drop per intersection as we expand. It's too early on to know exactly how much that will cost, but there absolutely are economies of scale. So.
Any other things for transportation? Because I have other things in can. Well, Michelle knows I can't resist an opportunity to talk about homelessness. So I would like to look at the homelessness expenses. I noticed they are either staying stable or declining, with the exception of the ambassadors program. I still would like some metrics about the ambassadors program to measure. I would like to know what is our goal for, what does success look like for the ambassadors program? Is it the number of people who are given a referral who take it up? Is it the number of kits we hand out? Like, what is the success for the ambassadors program? How closely do we approximate that success? They're the only ones getting an inflationary increase. I'm worried about the decrease, particularly in the overflow fund. I know this year we were woefully short on vouchers, and decreasing the possibility of vouchers is really nerve-wracking to me. So I'd like to know especially things like, is this a reflection of the state coming online with their funding and what we anticipate? I really would like to understand how we arrived at these homelessness numbers, with an emphasis on a metric for that one program.
Certainly, yeah. So one of the things that figures into the increase for the ambassador program is an enhanced service level. In the past, they didn't have the capacity to do light trash pickup in the anywhere in their service area. Now they do. Now they do have that capacity. If you see them out and about, you see them carrying big trash cans. And that is an increased level of service over what they've been able to provide in the past. So that is a large chunk of that increase, is that enhanced service. They have kind of a menu of services, and you can kind of pick and choose between what they're able to provide on the street. So that's always something that we could take down if we needed to. I wouldn't recommend it, because it's a pretty popular service that they provide. But that is the bulk of that increase. And then there's also like just an annual contractual increase on top of that. To speak to the metrics, they do provide really, really good metrics to us on a regular basis. And I'm sorry I don't have them in front of me right now, but they provide us information on the number of engagements that they have, both with citizens, businesses, and with people who are living on the streets for each of the service areas that they are operating out of. And those are very transparent. They're great. They're super accessible metrics that I'd be happy to provide to the council office for
Are they
you.
qualitative at all? Like an engagement with a business isn't just stopping and going, hey, how's it going? And then moving on to the next thing, right? Like, I'm not assuming, but theoretically that could be considered an engagement, right? Like, and I'm most concerned with when they're engaging with people who are experiencing homelessness. Like, how many connections are they making that are resulting in progress towards us meaningfully addressing the crisis?
Yeah, they do drill into that. They have like sort of subcategories of what those engagements look like referrals to shelter, referrals to other services.
And do they track how many people take them up on it too, or is it just the referrals? I understand taking up can be a harder metric to capture because it's kind of out of their hands at a certain point.
They don't, so they're not able to provide information about like uptake on the referrals for services because that is a separate tracking mechanism through the State Office of Homeless Services. There is probably some way for us to be able to see that. It would have to be something that we would have to go through the Utah Homeless Management Information System to figure out, but that is also a question that has come up in a couple of other places, and I'm happy to work with the Office of Homeless Services to see if we can get some data on that.
And if I'm being too nitpicky, I'm open to my council peers telling me that, but I really would like to see, especially because the service has become more expansive, I'm okay with the concept that it would expand beyond the original scope of what we said, but I would like to monitor in accordance with our role, that expansion, and then track the outcomes to make sure that this is the investment that we want to make with our limited scope and dollars. So I would appreciate that, and follow-up does not have to be right now, like off the record afterwards. And can you speak a little bit to these other, the detox program is getting a significant decrease. The Clean Neighborhoods program is getting a decrease, not as huge, and the voucher program really concerns me.
Yeah, so these decreases are based on utilization. The things that we've decided to make decreases in are largely based in utilization. What we're trying to do is we're trying to make sure that the programs that we are utilizing the highest are the ones that we're putting the dollars towards. The ones that we haven't used quite so much, we feel like we want to try to decrease those, if that makes sense. Some of the bed utilization things are offsets with other services that are going to come online. So the goal for overflow, the bed goal for overflow for this coming year, I believe, is 1,000 beds in Salt Lake County, and so we're counting on sort of an offset there. With the VOA detox program expanding, that it's kind of naturally easier to get people into detox there. So you don't necessarily have to have the same number of set-aside beds because beds aren't quite at the premium that they have been in the detox program. With the, and that kind of speaks to the overflow, the decrease in overflow funding as well. What our hope is that there is sufficient beds that are available for everybody through the overflow process.
So I'm accurately hearing you when you say this either stagnation, decrease, or shifting is the result of a system that is beginning to function more effectively, and so these things that we've historically relied on, the goal is not to rely on them and to get into a more sustainable rhythm with homelessness response.
I hope so.
That's accurate? Okay.
Yes.
Council, any other questions, concerns? Yeah.
I was just reading that there are 25 families that are going to become ineligible for continuing their stay at the family shelter. And I think it has to do with their country of origin, something their federal funding's running out.
Oh.
So I don't know what happens to those people. Like 25 families is quite a few, and they're all running out, I guess, at once. Is that something vouchers would be used for, or is that another government's responsibility?
You
honestly
know,
just don't know.
I'm not certain, and I apologize. This is news to me. I
You
have
summoned
not
Andrew,
heard
so I
anything
think.
about that. I'll trade out for Andrew here. Thank you, Council.
I just thought it would be good if they all called.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Andrew Johnston, Mayor's Office. It's an excellent question. It hasn't gotten a lot of attention for various reasons. You are correct. For quite a few months now, we've had a number of families who enter the country in various avenues and then make their way to Utah. This is not unique to us. It's happened nationwide. A lot of those families have children, and some of them do end up going to the family shelter for emergency services to stay while they're waiting, in many cases, for the legal process to proceed, including work authorization and other things. What happened, though, was that over a period of time, it took up a lot of beds. And the family shelter operates half its revenue on TANF funding, which is not, they can't bill for those families eligibility-wise. So Salt Lake County has brought together our city and multiple cities, has talked to the city of Denver, which is a big entry point as well. And we are ongoing discussions about how to manage this going forward. Right now, what's happened is Salt Lake County has taken the lead to ensure those families have been moved into motels, and they are working with other providers to try and deliver all the services they can, while we all work on a longer-term plan for families who will continue to come.
Thank you. All right. I think your time on the hot seat has
Okay.
come to an end. Thank you all so much.
Thanks.
All right, council. We're going to move on now, if I can find my agenda, to our hearing from the Department of Public Services. Kira Luke, Council Policy Analyst, is joining us virtually. And then we've got Jorge Chamorro, the Director of Public Services, Julie Crookston, the Deputy Director of Public Services, and JP Goetz, the Deputy Director of Public Services, all joining us. Kira, if we would just give them a second to settle in, and then I'll turn the time over to you.
Hi.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, no,
Thank you for
welcome.
having us here. Kira.
All right, I'll just kick it off with some brief context. Most of this is covered in the intro for the staff report, but for anyone who hasn't had a chance to look at it or watching from home, the Public Services Department manages public-facing services through the streets and compliance divisions, and they also give support for a lot of internal city functions through facility services, engineering, interfaces with the public and internally, administrative services divisions, and the Fleet Enterprise Fund, and that one will be briefed later today. This briefing covers the rest of the divisions which receive funding through the general fund. It's also worth noting that a lot of equipment and infrastructure for many projects that Public Services handles is covered separately in the Capital Improvement Program, or CIP budget, which is briefed separately from the annual budget. The proposed Public Services General Fund budget for FY25 is $46,261,467, which is about 6% or $2.8 million more than the adopted budget from the fiscal year 24. The budget proposed funding for 8 new FTEs since FY24, but we've since heard that the Engineer 4 position requested in the recommended budget and mentioned in the staff report is actually recommended to be housed in Community and Neighborhoods, who you just heard from. That leaves 7 new FTEs, 2 of which are seasonal positions reclassified to FTE. And I'll leave details on those new requests to the department to talk about. Additional context, some of the past year's discussions that the council's raised interest in is street maintenance and how much has been done and how much we can do, plans for new parking stations and RV mitigation. The council recently fully funded new parking pay stations in budget 3 of fiscal year 24, so no further funding is currently being requested for those. 2 pilot programs from previous years, the mill and asphalt overlay and the RV enforcement pilot programs, were considered successful enough that they're now being consolidated into ongoing services. And with that, I will turn it over to the department to go into the fund details.
Thank you, Kira. Good afternoon, Council. I would like to introduce my two deputies. We have Julie Crookston on my left and JP Goetz on my right. They will help me through the presentation. If you have any questions, they will help me answer some of those questions. But we'll try to keep it moving. Next slide, please. All right. In front of you, this is public services. We have, as Kira mentioned, we have a total FTE count that includes the positions requested in this presentation. It brings up the number to 326 full-time employees. And on top of this, you probably are aware that we have a large amount of part-time employees in our Crossing Guard program. You will notice in the organizational chart that we have a big addition from last year. Council funded a position. The name is Security Director. Our own Nate Cobbs, who has been working very hard on identifying and closing internal security gaps. Next slide, please. I'm showing this slide. Traditionally, we present the budget as a whole for the whole department. You will see that there is a net decrease on 1.7 million. This accounts for certain reductions on transfers from the general fund to fleet that are not projected this year, but we will get to fleet later on. If we leave the fleet division out of this equation, the initiatives that you will see in this presentation are proposing an increase of $2,027,000, which is about 4.3% of our department's budget. Next slide, please. All right, the cost of doing business is going up slightly. You will see here 2 items, contractual increases. This is every year. Contractor has the opportunity to account for inflation, so by contract, they will increase slightly their fees. The inflationary is everything else, supplies, materials, that we see an impact directly on the increase in cost. Next slide, please. All right, here's the breakdown. I was talking about the 2 items, inflationary and contractual. Contractual is the biggest portion of this pie. There is particularly one contract that is contributing to this amount. It is a private security. It is a state contract. It was renegotiated last year, and we are expecting an increase this year for the full fiscal year of about $216,000. All right, next slide, please. All right, this is our first insight. It is related to the internal security program. As I mentioned before, this is a new program. We incorporated it this year with the approval of the full-time position. As I mentioned, the security director has quickly identified and made recommendations on gaps that he has identified on vulnerabilities in many of our buildings. In order to systematically assess and quantify the needs to subsequently plan for implementation, a citywide vulnerability assessment needs to occur. The funding here will provide resources, and particularly the labor needed to perform vulnerability assessments in all of our 73 occupied city facilities. And this will be accomplished in a timely manner. If we leave it to Nate, it will take several years to do the full rotation. All right, next slide, please. Okay, the funding proposed here is intended to be used to incentivize our towing contractor for the removal and proper disposal of RVs. As you know, the industry is tight in terms of space, in terms of the cost of disposing of a vehicle when that vehicle has no value in the market, neither for recycling or its own parts. So instead of having to deal with a contractor or a series of contractors that are not interested on removing those RVs for us when it has determined they need to leave the street and then properly being disposed, we offer an incentive with this funding. The funding, as you probably heard earlier, was previously in the CAN department, and it was administered by HART. So compliance manages the towing contract. They were accessing this funding through HART. We're making it a little bit more efficient by moving the funding directly to compliance. Next slide.
Madam Chair, may I ask a quick question on the previous slide?
Sure.
So this is $100,000 in additional from the $100,000 on this item, right?
No, this is just a transfer to. It's a net 100,000. There is no.
So there is no. So if you read, maybe I'm understanding the details there. It says, with the addition of the long-term parking mitigation term this year, an additional $100,000 is needed to maintain the current. So is it an additional for this year? Is that what you're saying? Okay, so I understand. And so how is this implemented? This incentive is just like I'm trying to understand this because I hear from the police department. I also hear from the individual departments that there is not enough money to remove our abandoned RVs from the city. So, and $100,000 is what we allocated last time. So, I'm just trying to find out if this is enough. If I'm hearing already that it's not enough money.
Julie, will you to speak to how this incentive goes to the contracted vendor that we currently have in compliance?
Yes, so we, like Jorge said, have a contractor that when compliance is out, issuing citations and a vehicle needs to be impounded, we contact the contractor, they come and impound the vehicle, and we pay them money to arrive and for their time to remove the vehicle. The vehicle then sits in their impound lot for 30 days, and that gives the owner of the vehicle an opportunity to come claim the vehicle. If it's not claimed, we then contract with that vendor again to tow it to another company who then dismantles the vehicle in an environmentally safe way, and the vehicle is then off the streets. So for that dismantle process, we pay the contractor, and then we pay the towing company, and then the contractor who is dismantling the vehicle. So we call it an incentive because typically if the PD is just towing a vehicle that someone parked improperly or they're towing it for another reason, that tow company recoups the costs when the owner comes to pick up the vehicle. In this case, the vehicles that compliance is having towed often are never claimed by the owner. And so throughout the process of the program, we found that we needed to pay the contractor to remove those vehicles so that they weren't just sitting on the street.
I guess the follow-up question is, are we running out of funding? When do we run out of funding on this during the current budget?
Right. We're continuously monitoring those funding needs and attempting to project what those will be. So throughout the course of fiscal year 25, that'll be something we're watching closely. And it very well could be that in the next budget cycle, we ask for additional funding.
Thank you.
All right, next slide, please. Okay, these are just some metrics related to the process that Julie was describing. Last year, council funded the long-term parking mitigation team, and this was specifically to address complaints on vehicles that may or may not be used as shelter by individuals, and campings that are posing a risk to neighboring facilities. So we coordinate with the Department of CAN, specifically with the HART team, to coordinate the response. Before this team was incorporated, it took about 8 weeks to coordinate the whole response. As you know, there are resources ahead of the team going out. There are resources being offered to those individuals. So it's something that needs to be coordinated. Before, 8 weeks. Now we are seeing a turnaround time about 2 to 3 weeks. All right, next slide, please. For the program of Architectural Services and Construction Management, this is the team in engineering that will be supporting primarily, but not exclusively, the Parks Department and their Planning and Design Division, their recently created Planning and Design Division. As they grow stronger with additional staff, the projects in the planning phases, these are funded projects, right, that go through the planning phase with additional staff, as they are requesting to move those projects quicker. They are requesting additional staff for that division. If that addition is realized, the turnaround time for those projects to go through the planning phase and be ready for design and subsequently construction will be much quicker. And so we want to be ready to take over and make that transition seamless. So this is just goes in conjunction with the 2 staff that are being requested in parks. So we don't drop the ball when the projects are ready for construction. All right, next slide, please. All right. In front of you, it is a request to double the size of concluded to be a successful pilot program. You remember the Rapid Intervention Team has been around for almost a year and a half. Very successful program. They are overwhelmed with the number of requests across the city to rehabilitate sites after individuals are offer services. So this request is to double the size of that team. They will be providing the same services, small encampments, addressing cleanups throughout the city. So 3 staff and some equipment that is reflected on the one-time portion of this request. Again, some metrics that show the success of this team. The majority of the reports that we receive that will deploy this team are coming from residents and business. As you can see in this pie chart, the time spent on each one of these sites decrease from fiscal year 23 to fiscal year 24 only because the many code blue days that we had. So the response was delayed. Therefore, the drop on the response time and the labor hours per site. Okay, we are hoping that with doubling the team, we will have obviously a much quicker turnaround time when it comes to response. Next slide, please. All right. The Pavement Preservation Program, this is a highly successful program. You will see some metrics in a minute, but it has proved successful. Streets is on track to complete the 5 lane miles that we were expecting on fiscal year 2024. As you remember as well, last year, in addition to funding materials, you also funded equipment that has enabled crews to now incorporate this treatment, the mill and overlay, in their ongoing operations.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Yes. I think we're one slide. There we go. Okay.
Yep. Here are the benefits. Sorry. Next slide, please. Here we go. So how much does a road improve when we perform a treatment like this? In front of you, there are some examples of the segments of road that were treated during the fiscal year 24, and it is significant. If you remember, the number of eligible lane miles in the city that are not ready for reconstruction, but they cannot be surface treated, which is the bulk of our maintenance, falls into this category. So by addressing them, we are not letting them drop to the full reconstruction, more expensive treatment. So what we are asking here is to expand this program, consolidate it into an ongoing program now. And that is $296,000.
And can I ask, how many streets or city blocks does that cover? Like, do you have an estimate?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It will be about nine segments,
Okay.
which is sometimes you can account a block per segment.
And if you, I guess, something I'd be curious about, not necessarily for here today, is how many streets you think that we have that are eligible versus how many we'd be able to fund.
Okay, and Julie has that number actually.
We calculate it in lane miles. So a lane mile is from curb to curb of the street and then a mile. So it won't correlate exactly to block faces, but there are at least about 300 lane miles in the city that are eligible, with the potential of more. There's based on the OCI category, there's a category we know for sure is eligible, and then there's a section that could be eligible. We just have to go visually inspect those. But there is a minimum 300 lane miles that are eligible for this treatment.
And we're going to fund 10
lane miles.
Okay.
Can we?
Just to add, 10 that we could do with the current staff. So we're not asking for additional staff right now because we can incorporate that with the current staff. Ideally, this program continues to grow, and we can come back next year to say, well, we have a handle on this. The next step is expanding even more, and it will require a full crew.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't want to interrupt the flow of your presentation. I will just say that I'm trying to look at the budget lens specific to the streets aspects related to how much it costs to do the full replacement, which I know is so much more, how much we're trying to address related to the preservation program, where we can get away with, just some of the resurfacing efforts and those different aspects. And trying to understand what's the vision around addressing all of those needs in both a preventative way as well as a reactive way, knowing that we have now 300 miles to be able to address.
Right. And just as a part of it, you will hear later on during the CIP process, there is a significant amount of money going to mill and overlay, but a little bit deeper in the surface, which is now considered construction. That's why it's not part of our operations. But yeah, it is a full strategy to address this. We have realized that we have neglected this category of roads, so we're systematically incorporating more attention into it.
Since we're here, since the pause, thank you very much. And I agree with Councilmember Young on all this, because this has always been a big topic for me. And this is a mill and overlay budget line item. The chip seal and the seaming, the streets that are in good conditions or fair conditions that we're trying to stay in that conditions, is that a different line item as far as maintenance is concerned? Because I know when I look at the condition map, there's a number of those streets, but a lot of them that are as the 300 lane miles. There's a lot here. So if we were to be able to do, give you 2x of your mill and overlay, could you get to 20 miles without increasing the staffing with the equipment you have now? And how far could you go with the current equipment in the next year? Because I would love to push that, 300 by 10. It's past my lifetime. I'm old. And I would rather see it done before the Olympics. So I'm trying to push that envelope sooner.
I don't want to overcommit streets, Julie, as one of the divisions that Julie oversees, but I think you can speak to the level of comfort of incorporating even more without neglecting or dropping the ball on the ongoing maintenance that it's already happening. and it's preventing roads from going into this category.
That is something that we've been paying close attention during this pilot program. We didn't, like Jorge said, we didn't want to overcommit ourselves in understanding how our construction seasons work. When we first initially funded the Mill and Overlay pilot program through last fiscal year, we received the funds July 1st, and that's already halfway through the construction season. So we really only were able to accomplish half of the pilot program, and we're now currently finishing up the rest of those 5 lane miles. So the funding for 10 is to allow us to finish up the rest of the summer into the fall, depending on weather, and then next spring as well. And we feel that after that point, we would have a better understanding of how many candidates do we have both for chip and slurry and for mill and overlay. And with our current equipment and staff, what is the best amount for each of those categories to maintain, like you said, the roads that we want to maintain in good condition and bring the others up with the mill and overlay. So our hope is by this time next year to have better data on exactly how many miles would be ideal for each of those programs, and then be able to discuss, do we want to add more staff to it, or is it just a matter of more money for materials, and that's how much we would be able to do. So again, committing to specific numbers is a little difficult at the moment, but that is something we are strongly looking at with these next 10 lane miles.
And are these, is this work more conducive to, well, I mean, all streets can get this, but is it conducive to local streets, vice the collector and the arterials?
Absolutely. The streets they've all done so far with the mill and overlay have mainly been local streets. The deeper mill and overlay that Jorge mentioned through the CIP process could be used for local streets as well as some of the larger collectors and arterials. So we're trying to develop that overarching program for all the roadways, partnering with the streets maintenance and the construction from engineering. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I'm just pushing. I want to push the envelope.
Right.
If the council is interested we can make a proposal of how much we feel comfortable this year, and what will be the cost, and potentially the opportunity cost on dialing down on those other surface treatments. But
right,
we can provide that.
Yeah, because I know it's also two different crews, because the chip seal is a different group, but we definitely don't need to. We got to keep that in the division too, because we don't want them to drop into this level. So, okay, appreciate that. Yes, I would love to. Thank you.
All right. We have one more slide. Next slide, please. This is a budget neutral request. We have, as you have heard from other departments, we have had a hard time keeping seasonal staff, particularly in streets, the traffic signals, traffic signs and markings team. The bulk of the work performed in the summer made sense to have seasonal staff, but it's really hard to keep them. So what we are proposing here is just combining the already allocated seasonal funding into 2 FTEs. And so it will be basically a budget new request, but the addition of 2 FTEs. All right.
All right. Thank you. Council, any questions, comments? Councilmember Dugan, go ahead.
We didn't discuss it today, but there was a line item about EV charging stations. And I remember we talked about this last year also, where I am very appreciative. I drive an EV car, and I'm very appreciative of the free charging stations that the city provides across the city. They're wonderful. But last year I made the same comment, is that I'm at the point where I think we should no longer provide the free charging and turn it over to a third-party contractor who runs it. I think it's a wonderful program. I think it's done a great job of promoting EVs, but at the same time now I'm thinking that maybe it's time to cut the cord and allow people they can pay for their own charging and then reduce their costs on our burden on our city itself as far as the maintenance of it and the cost of the electricity for that. So I'd like to, my intent is to look into that further to see if we should if that's a smart idea or not. I don't want to make a decision now, but I am a user of them, and this is a service that I love to have. But I think it's a time that I should no longer need the service. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. Councilmember Wharton.
And thanks for answering my question before I even had to ask it about the streets thing. So thank you.
Can I ask on the security issues, when we talk about him having evaluated all the buildings, are those the buildings that we're currently using, or does this include the totality of our real estate portfolio, like the abandoned PSB?
City occupied.
City occupied.
Correct.
So our buildings left to be leased, renovated, RFP'd, those are all outside the scope of...
Yeah, vacant buildings are and leased buildings are vacant buildings for sure are not part of this okay. Effort.
And then on rapid intervention team, my instinct says it is a good program. It's another one of those that I would love after, not right now, Michelle, you don't have to return. But I really would love like a one page that says, this is what success looks like for this team. These are the 3 core functions, the 2 core functions. This is how closely we approximate that success, just to make sure that this expansion is, again, directed towards the most efficient, effective use of meaningfully addressing the homelessness crisis in our city. Just because I sometimes get mixed up between what they do, what HEART does, and what the ambassadors do. So I would really like just something quick. And then can I just ask for clarification? I know we created the new division in public lands with the planners. The slide where you're referencing supporting public lands, specifically, are we talking that you are executing on the plans that are created within public lands? Is that what the support is?
JP, do you want to take a stab at that response?
The public lands, the new division that's been assembled.
Sorry, JP, your microphone's not on.
Okay. Is it not on? Can you hear me? I'm just not talking loud enough. Yeah, so that new division that Tom Millar is leading is doing all of the design and concept and planning work. With the 2 additional FTs that they're asking for, is making them ever more efficient as that group kind of gels and starts kicking out construction-ready projects. We'll need to be ready for those to not hold anything up, was essentially the idea.
Okay, so once the planning is done in that new division that we created, you all pick up the ball and then move to the execution phase with it.
Construction, right.
Okay, thank you. Council, any other questions, concerns? We're just easy to please today. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
All right, Council, I have a little bit of an option for you. We have chosen to forego the unresolved issues. We're going to emphasize that on the June 4th meeting. And we're going to bypass the fleet fund, meaning the only thing left this evening on our agenda is the police department. We know this is usually we don't like the possibility that Chief Brown would grow any hair back. We want to make sure it stays fallen out. So we know we like him on the hot seat as long as possible. Would you all prefer to take your dinner break now a little bit early and do it abbreviated and then go to police to finish the evening? The food is here, correct? I'm not speaking out of turn.
Like who is confirming?
Would you like to take our dinner break would be about, 15 minutes earlier than originally planned. All right, let's do a 30-minute dinner break. Yeah, and then we'll return here at 6 and finish with police. All right, let's go, team. Thank you. All right, let's move on to our final hearing of the night, the 24-25 budget briefing for the police department. We've got Ben Lutke, Council Policy Analyst, with us, as well as Chief Mike Brown, and Shelley Dietrich, the Finance and Administrative Services Manager. We also have Andy Clough with us.
Madam Chair, just a public service announcement. Someone forgot their iPad, and I don't know, but it's still here.
It's really nice.
The fiscal year 2025 police department budget is proposed to be $120 million. This is an increase of $9 million year over year, which is 8% more. Most of this change is caused by increased compensation for existing employees. The police department's budget, when you look at the cost of personnel, salaries, and benefits, that covers 92% of the budget, so by far the vast majority. The budget does include 6 new FTEs. These would be dedicated to work at the airport. The airport fully reimburses the general fund for police officers who work there. This includes the vehicles and the equipment. If those officers are approved, then there would be 78 officers dedicated to working at the airport. As the airport's terminal redevelopment program continues to progress, there may be additional requests for more officers in future years. There are several line items in the non-departmental budget that are for the police department. I wanted to call these out since we didn't get to them in the non-departmental briefing earlier today. The first 4 are recommended by the Racial Equity in Policing Commission. This includes $127,000 ongoing for 2 leadership training programs. There's nearly $23,000 for school resource officer national best practices training from NASRO. This would be the first funding dedicated to the school resource officer program for training. They have been doing trainings and they have been doing national best practices, but the funding was not dedicated specifically to the program. There is also $20,000 ongoing to provide culturally responsive therapy sessions for families after negative interactions with police officers. This was an error in the budget book. It was listed at $99,000. It's actually $20,000. So that $79,000 difference is funding that can be available for something else. This will come back to you in unresolved issues. The $20,000 was selected because it was estimated that would be about 5 families that would receive these sessions per year. The other 2 items in non-departmental, there's $143,000 ongoing for the Axon, that's the company, body cameras. This is an inflationary cost increase, as well as to move to the new TASER 10 model. The council has previously approved $1.2 million ongoing so that there are body cameras and related equipment and data services available to every sworn police officer. There is a new position called the police commander, and this is proposed to be proactively added to the appointed pay plan. And later in the fiscal year, an existing FTE would be converted into this appointed police commander position. So it's being added before the position is actually being changed. It's expected to be a budget neutral change, but we wanted to point it out because it is proposed in that appointed pay plan that you would adopt with the annual budget. There are, and the job description is attachment 4, if you wanted to see that. There are metrics for the police community responder program. These are summarized on page 4 of the staff report, and they're also in a presentation format as attachment 5. That's it for me. I'll turn it over to Chief Brown and his team.
Thank you, Ben. Madam Chair, Council, it's a pleasure to be with you tonight. Can you hear me okay?
Sorry, if you could just check the green light on your mic. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Ben. Madam Chair and Council, it is a pleasure to be with you here tonight. I have a few slides, but as usual, if you have any questions, let's talk as we go through. It's a lot easier than to circle back. So with that being said, can we go to the next slide? Or the slide deck? Nope. Nope, it's this one. Yeah. What's that? Yeah, those are just the attachments. We need this budget presentation.
So Scott, I'm re-forwarding it right now. Yeah, it's this one.
Yeah, that's one.
Yeah, it's the same one that's up here. This is the one I just sent. Yep. It looks like the wrong attachment is also in the packets. We'll update that after the briefing as well. Okay. He has to convert it into a PDF.
How long did it take?
60 seconds.
Okay. All right. There we go. Okay. Sorry for the delay. Next slide. Okay, Council, that's just an overview, kind of a high-level overview of the police department. We have the Office of the Chief in the middle there, and then surrounding that are 4 bureaus within the police department. Field Operation 1 encompasses the airport and Pioneer. Field Op 2 is Central and Liberty, and those are divisions. Investigative Bureau has special operations and detectives, and then the Administrative Bureau is support and training. Next slide. Okay, just kind of an overview of our staffing. Right now, the police department has authorized 761 FTEs. We currently have 592. Since this slide was put together, we had 569 at the time we talked with the mayor and her team. We have hired those classes of May 2024. We are at 576, so we're moving closer and closer to our full funding. In fact, we're down 16 people from our full allocated 592. That's great work. As far as our professional staff, we have 149 professional staff. Right now, we actually have 143. We're down 6. 4 are we have candidates that are in the hiring process and recruiting. So we're getting very close there as well. What's really exciting is we anticipate being in September, we have a class of 15. In the next month or two, we have 4 laterals. We will be into our unfunded positions first time since early 2020.
And I don't know if all the council members know about the unfunded positions. Do you want to explain that?
Yeah.
Okay.
The council graciously gave us unfunded positions because what you try to do is get to that, so you're full, and then you can exceed that by 20 spots. What that does is it allows you to have people hired and in training so that you can, as people, retire or wherever, what happens, they fill those positions and you don't drop down into your funded positions. It's a great concept. It's been very difficult to get there. So the 592, we have 16 grant funded positions as well. So we actually have 608 positions within the police department. So really excited about that. Any questions? Okay, next slide. This is just an overview of some of our revenues, and these are estimated. These are based on actual and projections with Mary Beth and her team. Last year's budget, we had 12.2 million. Our proposed change this year is 6.2 for a total of 18.4. Now, we'll go quick, but these 1, 2, 3 here, that includes the airport staffing. That's 6 officers. We have a proposal with the airport that we can bring on 6 officers every year for the next 5 years. But bear in mind, we're reimbursed, so that's really budget neutral. Contracts, events, and task force overtime, that's your Delta overtime, your parades, things like that. That, again, is reimbursed back to the department, and other is something like fleet fuel and grammar requests. Any questions on that? Next slide. Okay, this is an overview of our expenditures. This is everything that we use, software, technology, equipment, gear, supplies. Fiscal year 2024, we had 7.6. Proposed change is 1.7, bringing that up to 9.3. Personnel and overtime, 103. Proposed changes, 3.9. for a total of 107. And then the total FTEs that we will have, including the 20 unfunded, include the 6 airport, would be 767. Go ahead, jump in.
These numbers are a little different than what you've seen in the budget book because these are some of the numbers we were estimating when we were proposing budget to the mayor. So the actual numbers are the ones you see in the budget book.
Thank you, Shelley.
Chief, I've got a quick question.
Yeah.
Are supplies considered apparatuses, or what are these, administrative supplies, or?
This is everything we would use when you say supplies. Computers, technology, equipment, vests, anything.
Software, everything?
Yeah.
Okay.
All those things, yeah. Thank you. Next slide. Okay, so this is a summary of our requested insights, and we'll go through this in more detail after this slide, but the first 4, your calls for service overtime is 1.3. That's an ongoing funding. Inflationary costs, 199. Inflationary costs, fleet fuel is 232. And then evidence, drying lockers, and we'll talk about that more, is $60,000, and that'll be a one-time ask. And then 5 and 6 are the contractual event and task force overtime, and the airport staffing, those are budget neutral. Any questions on that? Next slide. Okay, mandatory overtime, calls for service. In 2023, we relied on mandatory overtime twice. We ask our officers to do several shifts of mandatory overtime. As our staffing has come up this year, we're still leaning on mandatory overtime, so we're going to do it once. We're trying to base that on evidence-based when we need cops on the street, and so we're doing it May, June, July, and August. The ask for that is $1.3 million. This is so that we can maintain adequate staffing within the department. When we do that, our goal to respond to priority 1 calls is under 10 minutes, which is a huge task, and we've been able to accomplish it. And then it gives us the ability to focus on proactive and ad hoc projects that we're working on, much like street racing, shifts with heavy calls for service, and different special operations. Any questions on that?
When you say the mandatory overtime, is that 60-hour work week, or is it, 40, 60, is it 10 hours a week, 20 hours a week?
In this trimester, and a trimester includes May, June, July, and August, we're asking the officers to sign up for 4 additional shifts. And they're anywhere from 4, 5, 6-hour shifts. So, yeah. So, yeah, it's they can pick and choose, but it's not so many a week. Yeah, that's a good question. Thank you.
Madam Chair, quick question on the need for this. And I understand that you're using this tool because there is potentially an increased demand, a need for it. But we also talked in a few previous slides about getting to a place where we are, quote unquote, fully staffed very soon, or certainly even better than it's been for many, many years now. Yeah. Wouldn't this be an indication that, the number of fully, the number that we have decided as fully staffed, or, as far as police officers goes, it may be short of what we actually need across the city?
Yeah, Councilmember Puy, you're absolutely right. It could be short of what we need, but until we get to fully staffed, it's hard to project where we really need to be. And I think we put the cart before the horse if we start, asking for more officers when we can't fill the ones we have. But that's a great question. Next slide.
Sorry.
Councilwoman Young.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just have one other piece to that I think might be valuable to the other council members. So one of the things I found really interesting in attending the crime stat meetings is seeing that in the summer, we tend to see, more calls, more needs related to that response. But that's not necessarily sustained the full year. And so I do appreciate that we could at some point, make a justification. But I actually think that this is probably the more conservative budget approach to be able to authorize that additional one time, because you're trying to address that influx that's not going to be the entire year. It's just for those several months. So I like the approach and just wanted to share kind of my why behind that.
Thank you, Councilmember Young. Any other shifts on that? Or shifts? Questions? All right, next slide. All right, the next slide talks about our operational inflationary increase, and these are really the costs of equipment, supplies, and software. It's an ask of $199, and again, it's just so that we can equip our officers with what they need to do the job to maintain the service that we expect here in Salt Lake City. Any questions? Next slide. This is the fleet inflationary increase. Now, this was given to us by fleet, projected by fleet, and the increase is $232,000. Next slide. Evidence drying lockers. We have had 2 evidence drying lockers for well over 20 years. We took them out to the new CLU when we built that. They're the lockers that we secure wet clothing, either wet or with bodily fluids, that they need to be secured, they need to be dried properly to maintain the evidence. They're well past their service life. I don't think we can fix them. We'd be much better off buying 2 new ones. So the cost and the ask of that is $60,000. Next slide. Okay, this talks about our contract event and task force overtime. Again, this is the parades, the marathon, the Delta overtime, the contractual obligated overtimes that we have. It's $1.4 million. The nice thing, though, is it's budget neutral. We'll make that back.
Chief, I've got a question. For the frat patrol staffing, is that on university premises? Or is that around in the surrounding neighborhoods too?
That is in the surrounding neighborhoods.
Okay, so is that the party patrol car?
There's frat cars, there's frat shifts, and then there's party car shifts.
Okay, thank you.
But that's a good question, thank you. Airport staffing, again, this is for the 6 officers that we're bringing on. It's $2.3 million, but again, that's reimbursed back to the city, so it's a budget neutral ask. Next slide. All right, let's talk a little bit about our potential grant funding that we put forward. And there's 2 grants that we're talking about, and I'm going to ask Andrew Johnson to join us because he knows a lot of this state mitigation grant really well, and Shelley does as well. But we have grant funding that we get from the state that covers our HRC squads. It's $2.1 million. The money that we received this year is less than we had last year. This is what funds the HRC squads. 1 sergeant and 5 officers for the King HRC, the Miller HRC, and in January we started a downtown Rio Grande HRC with 1 sergeant and 2 officers, knowing full well we're going to need a team down there as well. We're proposing to build that squad from the 15 that we have now to 19, 3 more officers to fill out the Rio Grande HRC squad, and then 1 lieutenant that can help oversee and manage the large amount of mitigation overtime that we have. I mean, we have officers 7 days a week working numbers of shifts throughout the day. It's better that we have a good handle on that and manage them very well to leverage what we're trying to do and accomplish. And so that lieutenant would be over not only the mitigation, but the HRC squads as well. So what we need in that state ask is supplies, equipment, and vehicles. The ask in fiscal year 2025 would be, the shortfall is the $622,000. This would be something that we would come back after we know the right number, and Shelley or Andrew, you can speak to that a little bit more, to do that in a budget amendment. Any questions on that?
So are we, so I hear an estimate of like 600,000. Is that based on, I guess, what is that number based on? That's probably the better way.
Shelley, please.
So the number isn't firm yet because I'm still waiting for some fleet and IMS estimates.
Okay.
But basically it's a per officer cost for all their gear. So the 15 officers that already are on the grant, they have their basic gear. So it's their ongoing rotational and disposable supplies for those. But for the 4 we're bringing on, we need vehicles, we need body armor, radios, cameras. So that's where that big cost come. And then that's why it drops in fiscal year 26. If we have to continue that in general fund, it will drop because of the one-time costs will drop off.
Got it. So the 600,000 is primarily the one-time cost related to equipping these officers.
About 300,000 of it is one time.
Okay.
And the rest
is ongoing. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions on that?
And is the state's the $2.1 million? Is that what they're throwing into the pot? And has that been allocated or appropriated from the state level on an ongoing basis also? I'm kind of looking at Andrew on that one.
Yeah, so the state homelessness mitigation fund you're referring to, is allocated by state statute on a formula basis, but it's got to be approved by the State Homelessness Board, or the Homeless Services Board. And they meet June 24th this year. They'll take all the applications from all the cities who are eligible, and then they can allocate out the full amount you're eligible for. We anticipate that'll be about 2.9 million or so. I think the numbers are in there. That is subject every year to a renewal. However, in the rules, it is allocated out to all shelter cities, so it's pretty consistent for us. The number may go up and down a little bit every year.
Right, and since the number of sheltered cities has gone up, I know our rate was less last year or the year before, and then it's
correct. So there's multiple other cities who are now eligible based on facilities statewide. Our allocation this year is about 160,000 less than it was last year.
Okay. But this program right here, funding comes from that, and that's where the 600,000 not matches, but allocates for these officers.
Yeah, I've tried to synthesize it in my simple brain, and maybe this will help a little bit. We get this state funding that is allocated to cities that host resource centers and is supposed to be used to offset the impacts of those resource centers. It's not exact, meaning that they don't clarify or say exactly what that means, but they do infer it needs to be something related to each of the centers. So in our case, we've chosen to fund the Miller Resource Center squad, the 6 individuals, the King Resource Center squad, the 6 individuals, and this new squad downtown, which is actually YWCA going west through downtown. It will be 6 officers, but it's not fully done yet. The other piece for homelessness is we generally spend a lot of time and effort with overtime shifts to handle homelessness across the city, as far as accompanying the rapid intervention teams, health department teams, those kind of things. That's overtime, and it's part of what the overtime we've talked about here. So generally, the amount the state gives us is not enough to do that and the overtime and the equipment. The equipment's been tricky because the state has a 1-year process, and if you don't hit the window, you can lose the funding like we did last year, because it's hard to procure certain things like vehicles. So what we've decided internally is to say, let's fund all of the squads themselves, those 3 squads, some overtime as well, pull the equipment costs out to the general fund so we can control that better and not miss out on funding. And so what you'll see this year is a combination of some HART team members and some of that, and police. Next year, what we anticipate is all 3 of those squads, there'll be 19 positions, will be fully funded by the state mitigation funds, and then a little bit of the overtime as well by state mitigation funds. And then from the general fund, we would probably look at doing more of the overtime as well and the equipment.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts on that one. Thank you, Andrew. Any other questions on the state mitigation teams? Okay. The next one is the COPS grant that the mayor talked about in her budget proposal. The value of that COPS grant is $1.5 million. What we are proposing to do is to build 2 teams, 1 sergeant and 5 officers, so 12 total, 10 officers and 2 sergeants. What we need is a salary match, supplies, and equipment. The next slide probably will show a little bit better of how that breaks down year to year. Next slide, please. If you look there, the federal share in year 1, and this is for salary only, would be $878,000. The local share would be $591,000. Year 2, it decreases. It's $408,000. The local share is $1.1 million. The third year is $213,000. The city match would be $1.8. So the total would be from the federal grant would be $1.5 million. The local share would be $3.5. Now it's a very good likelihood that we'll get this grant. They'll award it in September. But I just wanted to make sure you understand this and what the commitment would be from the state or from the city on this. for comparison, if you looked at, if we just did one squad and we decided to do it on our own, the salary would be $591,000. I'm sorry. If we did just one squad for 6 police officers, the city would put in, it would cost us $734,000 salary. It would cost us $188,000 for supplies and about $414,000 for vehicles, for a total of $1.3 million. If we choose to take this grant, it would be $1.7 million for 2 squads. So, and the only commitment is that we continue to keep these squads for the full 3 years of that grant. Any questions on that?
We also, I think from Den's report, that we requested to waive the match. Have we been able to waive the match in the prior years at all, or is it?
Sheila, you want to weigh in on that a little bit?
We've never requested a waiver before. That you do have to show some hardship, so I will have to work with Mary Beth on that to show where our revenues are and why we have a need for additional officers that we don't have funding for. But we had at a conference I was at, the COPS office presented, and they said that you should always apply for the match or match waiver. So that's the guidance we had from them, and I don't know what that looks like yet. We're right in the middle of the application process, so as we work through that, we can give you more information.
Well, Madam Chair, and this is for the Jordan River squadron that we talked, correct?
Yeah, this would be for areas like the Jordan River Trail. Like right now, there's probably not a higher priority for me in the department is the work we're doing out there.
You said the word like the Jordan River?
Yeah, but we know that the problems we're dealing with move.
Yes.
If we tie them to an area, then we could never have, they would be handcuffed to that area, so to speak, like Folsom Trail. But that type of work, and I understand your concern with that.
Yeah. And I think we're on the same page. I just don't want it to be all the other side by the university, right? Which, but I understand that these issues are not constrained by streets by any chance. So a quick question on the local share, and I appreciate, applying for this grant. How does the local share show in our budget book, or is this doesn't show in our budget book? We're waiting to get the grant. So you're basically giving us a preview. So none of this shows on the budget, you mentioned the likeliness of getting this grant funded is high. What would happen if we don't? And I guess it's the question: is there a commitment from all of us to reassess this conversation and figure out a solution together about the need? Certainly, there seems to be a need. So I'm here to figure out a solution to this, right? Even if it doesn't happen, but I just want to make sure that we are thinking about that local share money that is there.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get this grant because it would definitely help us with what we're trying to accomplish. My commitment, Councilmember Pui, to the problems that you're dealing with. You and Councilmember Petro are dealing with over there. If not, we'll work harder with our state and local partners. We'll do everything we possibly can. We'll use mitigation monies and funds and whatever we can to help with that problem. We're looking to private partnerships to do more as well. So,
and let me clarify. And I appreciate so much that the administration and on your leadership also and coming up with a solution for this. And it's bigger than I even hoped originally. I thought we were going to maybe even talk about 6 officers, right? We're talking about double than that, so it's a big deal. Will this include or will this group of officers need new equipment, and is this money including this or not? Or we need to think about equipment that is appropriate for that area.
You have that number, Shelley?
Can we go to the previous slide?
Yeah.
I don't know if I heard. Can you go to the previous slide, please? Thank you. So this slide shows in the last column to the right some estimated costs for ongoing, including supplies, equipment, and vehicles, and then the salary matches that you saw on the other page. So that would all be a combination of the cost. If you hire them through general fund, you have all the supply and equipment costs anyway. The numbers Chief mentioned about the difference between 6 was, a possible approach if we don't get the grant, what would we maybe be looking at? So we have considered that, and we'll continue to do so as we find out about this grant.
Any other questions?
Are we done with the slides, or I just had a question about your community response team, I think.
Yeah, that's the end of the slides, but yeah,
Okay.
any other questions you may have?
Yeah, I appreciate the information on the community response team. I think those are some great statistics and hours that they're performing. Now that's fully staffed at 12 or something of that nature? 16.
Yeah, it's fully staffed, yeah.
And it's those would all be normally, prior to this, they would have been handled by patrols. So you're looking at over 4,000 hours or more from this group.
Yeah, Councilmember Dugan, whether it's hours, or incidents, they handled over last year well over 5,000 incidents, and you need to keep in mind that every one of those, if they didn't take care of it and help us, we would have to go.
Right.
So that's a huge burden for us. Sometimes one incident can be all day. For example, we had 2 gas leaks just this week, it's all blurring together.
Right.
They were out there, I think 4 or 5 at each one for all day long. That would be, 8 to 10 cops trying to hold those areas as well. So I can't tell you how valuable they are to the department. I have the chance to go to lineups now and again, and I always ask the officers, what can we do and how can we help you? And they said, hey, we would like some more of those community response officers. We love them. So they're really good. They've been helping us quite, immensely. Just think of every call or every incident, we would have to take that.
Right. And I'm glad you brought that point up, because on the chart it says there's times when it's an incident and then sometimes it's an hour. But when you bring up one incident that's all day long, you don't realize would have been one officer all day long not responding to priority 1s or priority 2s or he would have been responding to that and not this. So
yeah.
So I appreciate that, because that is a big impact to our response times on the critical needs that we have.
Yeah, the floods we had last spring, all those traffic positions were held by cops until we could get the PCR teams out there to release them all.
Right.
They do a lot of work for us.
So you really can't go 1-for-1 on your responses because they're too dynamic.
Yeah. Hours and incidents, you can, but if you go by incidents, you can say that's a lot of work.
Right. Okay. So I appreciate those numbers, because that is helpful, because it's showing the value of that group.
Yeah, very successful.
Okay, thank you.
Chief, I had a question for you. Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned task force overtime. Is that different from our our forced overtime as well? And is that in response to priority 1, or these are just specialty forces like narcotics team going in?
A lot of the task force, the DEA task force, some of the task forces that we serve on are specific to the officers on those squads.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And I wanted to ask a follow-up question in regards to the contract event task force overtime. How many hours does that account for the U of U patrolling? Do you know how many officer hours that might be?
Let me give you what we're allocated.
Okay.
And I can follow up with you as to what has actually worked. But they have the party cars. On Friday, they have a shift from 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. and there's 2 officers. On Saturdays, they have a shift from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m., so an afternoon shift, 2 officers, and then again at a Saturday night from 10 to 3, 2 officers. The frat car overtime is on Fridays from 9 to 1 a.m., 2, and on Saturday from 9 to 1.
Have we seen this deterred? I don't know if if we had this operation during, for example, when Lauren McCluskey and that incident occurred, or other incidents that have happened historically in the U in the last 10 years. Have we seen a reduction of extreme crime related to those events?
I'm not. The crime of loud parties and disturbances.
I mean, maybe higher elevated violations that might occur at these events. I see this as something that could deter that type of activity in the neighborhood.
Yeah, the presence of police officers in areas like that would definitely help, but I don't have that number that I could tell you right now. I could work on that for you.
Okay, I'd like to know that, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. I want to talk about noise enforcement in general, so I appreciate you raising that, both vehicular and non-vehicular. I know I've raised this before, but it seems to be like becoming even more of a problem with enforcement of noise, and I really want to bring it up in the context of it's not just a nuisance issue for people that have reached out to me in my district that are on hospice and can't sleep because it's so loud, or people that on certain weekends when we know that there are going to be a lot of people out driving and it's going to be loud, that we still can't do some enforcement on those instances. This is, primarily around Capitol Hill, but I hear it from all across my district. And I just wonder what it would take to have some, establish more of an ongoing noise enforcement response. What would that take?
Councilmember Wharton, thanks for bringing that up. it's a tough problem. I'll just tell you right now. We put our motors out several times, and many times when they see us, the cars that have those loud mufflers, they drive very appropriately, and it doesn't make that noise. When there's a lot of cars together, 81 decibels, I think, is the threshold. It's hard to tell which car is actually making that noise. A lot of big trucks and buses actually exceed that. So that's difficult too, but I know what you're talking about. I know what your constituents are complaining about. I think we're looking for the best thing to do would be a legislative fix.
Yes.
To a state-created problem. I mean,
yes. If
we didn't do away with our inspections, these illegal mufflers and exhaust systems wouldn't be on the cars.
Right.
So, but I will work with our motors, because that's the team that works out there in conjunction with street racing, because a lot of times they'll go up and down, up through the Capitol and then go out street racing. So.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I can tell you the weekends too, when I think that it's going to be more, you're going to see more, and it's going to go later into the night. And I don't want to have I don't think I have an unreasonable expectation. I hope I don't. That I understand that this can't be prioritized over other more urgent emergencies, but I think that there are, maybe a couple times throughout the year where having a plan to go out and do some enforcement on would help. And I'm not just talking about vehicle noise, although that is the main one that I hear in my district. I'm talking about other noise as well.
Yeah.
So.
No, I hear what you're saying, Councilmember, and we can definitely look at that. We have a great partnership with the state and the troopers that work the Capitol, and they work very well together. So let me see what I can put together to help you out on that.
Thank you. And if it's something that we can have the civilian team work on, I don't know if that would help, but whatever.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Pui, then Councilwoman Lopez Chavez, then Councilmember Dugan.
Thank you for your work on all of these things. I still haven't seen the dashboard where, that I went to see with Lindsay last year to the PSB, and they showed us the dashboard, the map that you can zoom in into a given area and pinpoint the cases and find out. And we remember we even saw the dashboard that, and there was a new person. Maybe I'm missing it on the website, so I would love to see it, but it's been a little while now, and I'm very curious. It's a very fun tool for many of my neighbors to know what of these cases are, and what people is getting charged in a given area, especially on those hot spots where everybody knows.
It's up and functional, sir.
We'd love to see
Let me
it.
find out exactly how you can access it. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And we appreciate your help on that as well.
Chief, my question was, I know we have 8 decibel meters. Are they all being used currently to measure noise?
They're assigned to the different motors, but they can be used for different squads. But that's we do.
So they
have
are
them.
fully in full use currently today, as of date.
From what I understand, I'll find out who they're assigned to. They're
Could we
typically
get some
assigned to the
data
motor.
to see how many citations have been given? I'd just be curious to see.
Yeah. We actually have, we put a white paper together showing a lot of the enforcement work that we did over the last year that talks about some of the problems we've discussed today. Have you seen that?
I saw what the report came in. I didn't see anything on noise in
Okay.
particular.
I'll get you that.
Thank you, Chief.
You bet.
So Chief, just, this past year, we've stood up the downtown substation and the North Temple substation and the downtown station. Can you give me an update on how well those have been working?
They're fully functioning and operating right now. The downtown precinct, they moved in there several months ago. It's staffed. There's a few little things they're putting together, but they're meeting down there. The cops are having their lineups down there. So that's fully functional. North Temple as well. I've been in there. The computers are in there. Officers are coming and going from there using that as well.
So you've seen a better reaction time to different events, incidents, better coordination?
I think so. Just the mere presence of a lot of police officers coming and go always helps. And especially when you think of a downtown precinct like the central precinct, I think it's over 90 plus officers work out of there. So that's a lot of cars coming and going.
Okay.
I've heard a lot of comments from the business members how much they appreciate it. They've come over and actually met with them in the precinct, and very thankful for that. So again, thank you for your help with that as well.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Can we talk about the police commander position?
Sure.
Will that be a sworn officer?
No.
It's a...
No, I'm sorry. Yes, it'll be a sworn.
It will be a sworn.
Yeah, sworn officer. Yes. I was thinking.
And will this help with things like, I know we had the conversation about internal affairs and getting that moving at a more regular clip. Will it help with things like that? What sort of things can we expect out of this? What makes this position necessary right now?
Well, I'm looking at 3 or 4 different structural models for the command within the police department. I'm working very closely with Deb Alexander. But this is something that will roll out in 3 or 4 months. It's not going to happen overnight. But I want to provide better leadership, accountability through the upper command within the police department.
And the accountability to us, to your patrol, like what's the accountability
When
to?
you read the job description, it's really accountable to everybody.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's
across
really,
the board.
okay.
Yeah.
The
one thing this will be an at-will position. I'm coming to you proactively rather than doing it in a budget amendment because I know how much you like budget amendments. So
Have I said it once or twice?
but that's, like I say, I don't have a lot to go on because I haven't
Okay.
put all the pieces together, but that's kind of my intent and thoughts.
Okay. And then similarly, if I've asked this of all of the alternative response models or homelessness responses that happen, if I could just get for each of your response models, what does success look like for this? Why is the civilian response team different from the HEART team, different from the chat team, different from the MRT, right? So that I can look at that and understand what I think we tend, from you and Fire, we tend to get more metrics, but I still find myself unclear sometimes as to what your role would be in responding, what another agency's role would be in responding.
Yeah.
And making sure that we're using our resources to cover as many bases as possible feels like a reasonable thing to do during budget. So if I could understand on your alternative responses, and this is probably not a today thing, this is like a, if we could get this in writing, what is success for your alternative responses? Is it the number of times they talk to someone who is on the street, the number of times they successfully get them admitted to Huntsman, right? Like, what is the metric of success, and how closely do you approximate that? It would really help me moving forward.
Yeah, I'll put something together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The question that Councilmember Alejandro Puy asked about the map, the dots on the map.
Right.
That has been a confusing one, and we've just double checked and confirmed it is not up. And
Okay.
we've checked with your staff.
Okay.
So
I have seen
I know
the working model, but I don't know where
everybody
it's
has.
sitting. Okay.
Yeah. So there's a little hiccup between the working model and
Right.
getting it online, just so
Okay.
you know.
Notes? Okay, we got it.
Council, anything else? That wasn't too bad.
No.
I mean, I think we took it easy on you. So,
Thank you, Council. I
right.
appreciate your help and support.
all right, always good to see you.
Yeah,
Thank
you too.
all. All right, Council, we are going to delay the Fleet Fund hearing. We're going to wait for Jen Bruno to come back to do unresolved issues. You should expect your Human Resources Department written briefing by June 4th, please. You also should have a written briefing on the ordinance regarding the Planning and Historic Landmark Commission membership and appeals hearing officer term limit text amendment. Please be sure to review that. Now we're to the report of the chair and vice chair. Vice chair? Nothing from me either. Report from the, what was that? Oh, yes, happy Pride to everyone who will be celebrating. Please be
Happy
careful
Pride.
and conscientious and take care of yourself and one another, please. Report of the executive director? Nothing from our executive director. There are no more closed sessions, so we stand adjourned. Thank you.